using law. He didn't use gun. While everybody was, rich people were trying to run factories, Gandhi was trying to run the handspin chuck. While rich people were traveling in big vehicles, Gandhi was using footpath. So this is it's a tribal state. Even in deep tribal area of India, hundreds of tribal women and men are coming to
जय जगत और जोहार साथियों।
This is 5:30 in the evening in India, and we are going to start our Indo-Mexican relationship, talks, dialogue, whatever we may name. So on behalf of our Indian indigenous people, I welcome one and all for this historic webinar between Mexico and India between the indigenous peoples.
En este día de hoy vamos a iniciar en nuestro webinar con las personas originarias de India y México, siendo la tarde allá en India y el día en la Ciudad de México. Bienvenidos.
Friends, COVID-19, the coronavirus, is unprecedented event. And there are lots of changes in the aspects of social, economic, political, faith, etc. And various thoughts are going on in the human society. We also lost many lives in the global level. We show our solidarity with all bereaved families.
Debido a el evento sin precedentes que hemos tenido con COVID-19, muchos de los sistemas han cambiado a nivel mundial y necesitamos reorganizarnos.
Prior to this, we talked about environment, climate change, and sustainable development goals. In India, we have Jai Jagat 2020. We made foot march from Mahatma Gandhi's tomb towards Geneva, the United Nations, for change in the policies for equality, justice, peace, and harmony. But we were stopped by lockdown process of this pandemic. And now we have to come together this way in a webinar or virtual meeting.
En esta webinar o junta virtual, debido a todos los trabajos que hemos hecho desde Ginebra hasta el momento, estamos aquí dispuestos a tratar de trabajar en cuestiones de sustentabilidad y otros aspectos que estaremos viendo en esta junta.
While talking with Sonia Deto from Mexico, Jilkar Harris from Indo-Canadian scholar, myself, Nicholas Barla from India, we felt why not to talk between Mexico and India, between two countries. And this point struck all of us.
En este momento estamos conectados Sonia Deoto, el doctor Nicolás y otra persona, no conozco nombre, es Manja Duncan. Empezamos estos trabajos el día de hoy. Debemos conectarnos todos.
A joint collaboration of Mexican and Indian indigenous peoples for better tomorrow was emerged. The tribes, the Adivasis, indigenous peoples are intimately connected to nature. We are peace-loving and community-oriented people. Non-violence and democracy are inseparable in our culture. These values are like pulses and heartbeats of the child in mother's womb.
Las personas originarias estamos conectadas intrínsecamente a la madre tierra. No somos personas, somos personas de paz, no somos personas violentas y estamos conectadas al vientre de la madre.
Having reflected on the local and global issues, we arrived at Indo-Mexican exchange program in social, cultural, and ecological thoughts, proposals, accomplishments, and defeats, so that we can gather rays of hope for ourselves, for more authentic, peaceful, sensible, and non-violent human living in local and global ways.
Nuestra intención es conectarnos y alcanzar de manera local y de manera global las metas que tenemos propuestas.
I'm sure you all will agree with me that we, the indigenous people, have all these values in our lives and in our cultures.
Estoy segura que ustedes están de acuerdo conmigo que todos nosotros como gentes originarias e indígenas tenemos estos mismos valores.
If it is so, this is the biggest message that we can give to the world and to the United Nations. Thus, we as indigenous people can contribute our share in the protection of our common home, environment, climate change, peace, harmony, and sustainable development on this earth.
Estoy seguro que si ustedes están de acuerdo conmigo, podemos entregarle todo esto a las Naciones Unidas y a todo el mundo en general. Paz, unidad, amor, sustentabilidad, todos estos valores que ya hemos hablado antes.
To highlight and to assert all these values, we have 6 speakers from India, and we have another 6 speakers from Mexico. I am sure these 12 important indigenous intellectuals and grassroots level activists will show us peace and non-violence from the roots of the original people, which the world is longing and searching for.
Estoy seguro que los 6 representantes que tenemos por el lado hindú y los 6 representantes que tenemos por el lado mexicano nos ayudarán a exaltar estos valores de los que hemos estado hablando.
So with this few thoughts, I welcome you all for this our webinar. And before we start, I would like to introduce you that in the first half of the webinar, the Indian speakers will speak, and in the second part, our counterpart, our Mexican friends, they will share with us.
Okay, estoy seguro que en este momento podemos empezar a presentar a las personas por el lado de la comunidad hindú.
Yeah. Then, as some few instructions before we begin the seminar, from India, all the first 3 speakers, they will be speaking for 15 minutes, and another 2 speakers, they will be speaking 10 minutes. So I will give you the time. Maybe I will stop gently. And yeah, there will be simultaneously this type of translations will be there. Then at the end of the all talk, when we finish our Indian sharings, our Indian talks, then we can use the question answer or chat box. And if anybody wants to raise any question, any clarifications, please, you feel free to do so.
Cuando nuestros representantes hindús terminen su presentación, los 6, vamos a tener un espacio para preguntas y respuestas.
From Mexico, we have Carla with us, Esmeralda is with us, Sonia is there. So they will be helping us to translate English into Spanish and also from Spanish into English.
Sonia, dejo Esmeralda que empiece ya.
Sí.
Okay.
Tenemos de México a Carla, tenemos a Esmeralda Brin y tenemos a Sonia de Otto. Y va a haber traducción al español y también del español al inglés.
Yeah. Then friends, we begin the program, and I invite all the speakers for this session, starting with Dr. Vincent Eka. I will give a small introduction about Vincent Eka. And Dr. Vincent Eka is a Kuruk, Orang indigenous person working towards unity of indigenous peoples, preservation of indigenous languages and cultures, and for their unity. He is doctorate in sociology from Jawaharlal Nehru University. Presently, he is the head of the Department of Tribal Studies in Indian Social Institute, New Delhi, and busy in different research works on indigenous peoples and their issues in the country. He will be speaking on the situation of indigenous peoples in India.
Tenemos primero, nuestro primer ponente es el doctor Vincent Eka. Él es un Kurux de la comunidad de Oraón, de las personas indígenas trabajando para la unidad de los indígenas. Es un doctor en sociología de la Universidad Jawaharlal Nehru en Delhi y En el momento es el director del Departamento de Estudios Tribales en los institutos sociales de India, en Nueva Delhi, y está participando en diferentes investigaciones sobre las personas indígenas y sus temas a trabajar en el país. Él va a estar hablando sobre la situación de las personas indígenas en India.
Yeah. Speakers, please just you see, we have, yeah, for you, we have 15 minutes plus 10 minutes for this type of small short translation. So almost total we'll spend 25 minutes for 3 speakers and another 15 minutes for 2 speakers. So this way how we'll manage the time. So I will give you a soft, gentle reminder if you go beyond or something like that. So just remember this one. So here we go now. So I invite Dr. Vincent Eka to present his thoughts and his talk to all of us. Dr. Vincent Eka.
Para los ponentes, quiero solo recordarles que van a tener 15 minutos para hacer su exposición y después habrán 10 minutos para que los traductores hagan un resumen. Continuamos con el doctor Vincent Eka.
Okay. Dear friends, indigenous brothers and sisters in India and in Mexico, Johar, greetings to you all. Good evening, good morning, and Johar.
Go ahead.
I will be speaking in this webinar basically about the situation of indigenous peoples in India. Is there simultaneous translation or at the end?
You go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So my presentation will be in 3 parts. One, in the beginning, I'll just introduce what India is and Indian people are. Second part will be about the indigenous peoples in India. And the third part of my presentation will be indigenous peoples in India today. So the present situation of indigenous peoples in India, that will be my third part of presentation. Just to make it easy, I would like to share my screen for your easy understanding, and I have prepared some slides so that all of us can easily follow it up. So here we go. So friends, today I will be speaking about situation of indigenous peoples in India, that is a part of peace and non-violence from the roots of the original people. As it is already introduced, it is a joint collaboration between India and Mexico indigenous peoples. This is a special people from Jharkhand, India, belong to Tana Bhagat movement, who are deeply devoted to Mahatma Gandhi and his values, and they lead very austere life, and they believe in purity of tribe, and all their values that they practice is of non-violence and truth. They are called Tana Bhagats. So I brought their picture here to give a welcome, Johar, and greetings of love from India's indigenous peoples. Briefly, I would be speaking about people of India. There are, in India, we have 28 states and 9 union territories in the Union Republic. India is considered as a seat of ancient seers and gurus. It is a land of spiritual heritage where many religions, cultures, communities, and peoples live together. This is the map of India. The colored ones, the area which is colored is all populated by indigenous peoples, means in all states, almost everywhere indigenous peoples are spread out, except here in Punjab and Haryana in in India. Except these two states, all other states we have presence of indigenous peoples. The population of India, briefly, just to give a picture of it, according to the 2011 census, the total population was about 1,210.8 million population. That is a very huge population. That was in 2011. Now, according to the estimate of the United Nations, the population by 2020 is going to be about 138 crores and 4,385, nearly 1350.4 million people in India in by 2020. So this is only second to China. It is a very large population, and when we speak about the world population, then it has about 17.7% share in the world's population. India has different kinds of people there, and it is believed by some scholars that different cultural communities have come from different parts and different racial groups. That is, they speak of Negritos, the Proto-Australoids, the Mongoloids, the Mediterraneans, the Brachycephals, the Nordics. So basically these three racial groups that came to India initially in different times. This is a map where actually India is mixture of different racial groups in different parts of the country. It is not populated in a particular area, but it is all intermingled everywhere. We see Negritos or Proto-Australoid, Mongoloid origin of races. Actually, it is very mixed up all over India. So there is no one kind of racial group in one area, we can say, but this is actually very much mixed up. The different groups belong to different language and linguistic families. That is basically scholars have divided into three categories: Indo-Aryan language family, Dravidian language family, Austroasiatic language family, Great Andaman's language family. So basically within this family, all Indian people and their language falls, and according to the different racial groups. When we talk of indigenous communities in India, this is already coming into the second part of the presentation, that indigenous communities in India. India is home to many indigenous communities. To talk about indigenous peoples in India is a very contentious position. Actually, when we talk of indigenous peoples in India, the Indian government does not recognize any group or community as indigenous. So it is a very, volatile situation to talk about indigenous peoples, but the tribals, different communities are here. Different communities, especially the indigenous communities, they call themselves as tribes, Adivasis, Aboriginals, tribals, original people, original settlers, even now indigenous people, Adim Janjati, Mulwasi, etc. The people this category call themselves, but their tribals or the Adivasis by non-tribals, they are called like pre-literates, non-literate or animist, Banwasi, Girijan, backward people, forest dwellers, primitive, Adim Janjati, etc. These names are given by the non-tribals to tribals. But the indigenous communities, the tribals themselves call them as people, not even as tribes. When it comes to the people, they call themselves as people. The Kurukh people, the Urao people will call themselves as they will say Kurukh Alar, means Kurukh people. The Santal, another tribe, will call itself as Santal Hod, Santal people. Munda Hodo. Munda Hodo, Mundas will call themselves as Munda Hodo, means Munda people. Khadia Libu, Khadia people. So like that, Gonds, Bhils, different tribal communities call themselves as by the name of the tribe itself. So the not as the name given by the government or by others. So the government of India on tribes and indigenous peoples. For the administrative purpose, we find the government of India, according to the Constitution, Article 342 of the Indian Constitution, they have categorized these particular communities, the tribes or the indigenous communities or the Adivasis, as the scheduled tribe, so or the ST. And according to the latest the census, we have about 705 communities termed as scheduled tribe according to the government of India's census. The total number of the scheduled tribes comes about 104.3 million, which is 8.6% of the total population of India. Then we have another second group is there, that is particularly vulnerable tribal groups, that is still backward than the scheduled tribes, that is 75 in numbers. So 75 groups are categorized as particularly vulnerable tribal groups. This is also quite a large population. Then we have third, nomadic tribes, semi-nomadic tribes, denotified tribes, etc. They are not included as scheduled tribes, but they are indigenous communities with their specific cultures and practices. They are also in big numbers. So these all three categories taken together, I can combine into indigenous communities, and which is almost coming up to 20% of Indian population. 20% is a very large population if it is taken in India and Indian context. So this is the...
Okay, Dr. Vincent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just we'll pause and may I ask Esmeralda to just translate it so that our friends in Mexico, they understand whatever you have talked so far. Then afterwards you begin. Okay, Esmeralda, would you please start little bit translation? Yeah.
Sí. Entonces,
you can show the Vincent, you show all the slides that you have. Yeah, from beginning. Yeah. Yes.
el doctor Vincent se presentó, está hablando sobre la situación de la gente indígena en India. Next one, please.
Next.
Next one. Nos habla de India como una república unida de 28 estados y 9 territorios, considerado como un lugar de buscadores antiguos y de maestros y gurús, de mucha herencia espiritual y como un sitio de muchas culturas, comunidades y personas. Siguiente. Nos muestra también en el mapa los diferentes estados y cómo en donde están los colores rojos, amarillos y verde tenemos gente indígena, que es prácticamente en toda la India. Next. Después nos habla de la población que tenemos en India, que hasta el 2011 era de... Es difícil el número. Este número que está arriba, 1.210.8 millones de personas, y se considera que va a crecer muchísimo para el 2020, con un equivalente del 17.7% de la población total mundial. Y pues en este caso India está como el segundo en la lista de países y dependencias en número de población. Next. Aquí en India tenemos hasta el día de hoy diferentes grupos raciales, que son los negritos, los proto-australoides, los mongoloides, los mediterráneos, los braquicéfalos y los nórdicos. Next. Next, please. Y tenemos diferentes familias lingüísticas en India también. Tenemos el lenguaje indo-ariano, el dravidiano, el austroasiático, el sino-tibetano, el tai-kedai y la familia de los lenguajes grandes andamanésicos. Next. India también es un lugar de muchas comunidades indígenas y se pregunta quiénes son las personas indígenas en India. Y para hablar de las personas indígenas es todo un tema de debate, porque el tema indígena para ellos mismos tiene mucho contenido. Aunque se han nombrado en la plataforma internacional de India como se han nombrado en las plataformas en India, realmente no se reconocen como tribus indígenas. Se les han dado diferentes nombres como aborígenes, como tribales, adivasis, gente primitiva. Se les ha nombrado también gente original, pero entre ellos mismos, entre los mismos indígenas, se hacen llamar a sí mismos como el nombre de su tribu. Por ejemplo, la gente de la tribu Munda se llaman gente Munda o gente Kuruks, etc. Next. Entonces, en India se les ha denominado a las regiones en donde hay gente indígena como regiones seccionadas, se les ha dado números a las zonas. Y tenemos 705 regiones seccionadas, por llamarlas de esta manera, y este es el 8.6% de la población total de India. Tenemos también grupos vulnerables, tribales, y tenemos también tribus nomádicas, seminomádicas y desnotificadas, que son las que no han estado reconocidas. Next, and I think you will speak English.
This is the map of India, where different states have different share of indigenous population. So almost everywhere in India, we have indigenous communities in different sizes of population, except in Chandigarh, Punjab, and Haryana. Wherever it is colored, the percentage is shown here, that many percentage of indigenous communities reside in those states.
If you want, you can keep on going, and after a while, we can go back to the slides.
So then when I was talking about the PBTGs, particularly vulnerable tribes, tribal groups in India, they are 75 in number. So many states are having this primitive or particularly vulnerable tribal groups in quite a big number. Almost in 15 to 17 states, we have these groups. We are still backward than the so-called scheduled tribes, but these are still known as backward or still underdeveloped communities. So there are 75 in numbers. This is the map in India where all the PBTGs are found in different parts of the country. Wherever it is colored, they are the particularly vulnerable tribal groups are found in different groups and different numbers. So almost more than half of India, the PBTGs are also residing in different states. Okay, when we come to some special zones where tribals are thickly populated in a larger number that are divided into 5 zones in India, where tribal population is actually in larger share. First group is Himalayas belt, that is northeastern region where it is the tribal population is thickly populated. That is, many states are there, Assam, Meghalaya, all these northeastern states. Then we have Central Indian region that includes about 3, 4, 5 states where maximum number of indigenous communities, about 55% of indigenous communities reside in the Central Indian regions. Then we have another zone, that is Western India zone, which comprises of Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Goa, Dadar, and Nagar Haveli. This is Western area where the indigenous communities are populated in a larger share. Then Dravidian region, or the southern part of India, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra, Kerala, all these states come under a southern part. Then we have Andaman and Nicobar Islands and Lakshadweep, where we have also a large share of indigenous population. So these 5 areas are divided as a thickly populated zones for tribals. Yeah, that much you can.
Yeah, now you can translate. Yeah.
Your mic is muted.
Sorry, sorry. En este mapa nos está mostrando la cantidad de concentración en estas poblaciones indígenas como porcentaje del país total, y nos muestra cómo en las partes azules es mayor al 10% y en las partes amarillas es también entre 10% y 25%. Next. Aquí están los diferentes estados en donde tenemos estas poblaciones con sus cantidades, desde Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, Karnataka, Tripura. Y en este mapa tenemos los diferentes estados en India que tienen sus comunidades tribales también. En las partes rojas es donde hay mayor concentración. Next.
Yeah.
Y también nos explica las zonas en India que tienen población tribal, cómo está dividido en el cinturón de los Himalayas. Aquí tenemos estas regiones de Assam, Meghalaya, Arunachal Pradesh, etc. Tenemos la región central de India, en donde está Bengal Occidental, tenemos Orissa, es el 55% de toda la población tribal de India. Tenemos la zona occidental de India, la zona dravidiana, y también tenemos Andaman y Nicobar como las islas de Lakshadweep. Next.
Maybe Dr. Vincent will, another maybe maximum 3-4 minutes we can take. Then, because time is existing. So just please, importance one you can show.
Now speak about situation of indigenous peoples in India. What the present situation is there. So many, as we see in India, many nations are going on together, which means that some groups are developed, some are underdeveloped, still in a very primitive stage of hunting and food gathering. So many generations of indigenous communities are living together. There is a huge diversity among indigenous communities, and land is a very bone of contentious for all indigenous communities, because it is central point of well-being and also collaboration, coexistence, interdependence, sustenance. At the same time, land has become a central point for various struggles: poverty, displacement, migration, unemployment, and disputes. So for everything good and bad, land has become a bond of contention. Some challenges and opportunities for indigenous communities today. There are a lot of cultural interactions taking place among indigenous communities and other group of people. There is an impact of modern culture among indigenous communities, there is also cutthroat competition. Social values are seen as drawbacks, whereas earlier it was seen as a value, has been seen now as a kind of backward or drawback. There is a kind of dominant lifestyle also, challenge to keep their distinctive identity as social unit. So tribals today, it is victims of attempts of assimilation into national mainstream. There is a growing, vibrant society with tremendous social mobility and openness to change. There is an influence of Christianity among tribes, which they have adopted and for purpose of growth, development, and education. Education has been an agent of social change among indigenous communities. With socio-political awareness, values are changing. Indigenous communities are growing into significant social force. There is a cultural invasion, means other culture is coming very heavily into indigenous cultures, and there is a community is in conflict whether to leave out their own traditional cultures and adopt the other, or to hold on to their traditional. So there is always kind of a dilemma. Then we have modern unrest that is there, especially Naxalism, communalism, saffronization has a very a huge impact on indigenous communities. Then we also see a lot of intertribal cooperation and communal harmony. I spoke of traditional conflict between tradition and modernity. We see among indigenous communities in India a kind of a very divided people. There is a wide gap between the educated and uneducated people. There is a huge gap between rich and poor. There is an individual growth, but community is still exploited and deprived. So a lot of things and dichotomies are there when we come to them. There we have some threats, modern threats to tribal life, culture, and religion. They have identity crisis as they are moving towards cities for their livelihood. They have an identity crisis with regard to language, culture, and religious identity. There is a huge problem of land alienation. This is also a big threat to tribal life. Forest exploitation. Then there is a lack of training. There is no job. Then again, there is a socio-cultural exploitation where village panchayats, traditional systems are exploited.
Dr. Vincent, would you please, yeah, just half a minute, then please, would you please stop?
Okay, so as a conclusion, I would say the indigenous communities or the indigenous peoples from a status of no people to they have become a significant force in the social, political, and national life of India. With a large share in the Indian population, about 20%, the government cannot ignore the people. But at the same time, the struggle of indigenous peoples in India continues against discrimination, implementation, and constitutional provisions, displacement, land grab by the state and corporates, ecological degradation, and to safeguard their culture, identity, and self-determination. This has become a challenge for indigenous communities in India. So here are some glimpses of cultural fusion. Then our indigenous children from Central Indian communities.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, now, Smarlada can still, yeah, you can, in short, you can explain or translate.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
La situación de la gente indígena en India hoy en día es que muchas de las familias viven juntas, están en situaciones bastante precarias, todavía son algunos cazadores, viven juntos entre varios, participan con colaboración y sus principios básicos es la colaboración, la sustentabilidad y regresar a la tierra como su contenedor, pero esto también se ha vuelto una lucha porque están en diferentes interacciones culturales, está el impacto de la cultura moderna. Tenemos también la amenaza de que diferentes culturas externas están invadiendo y están en el dilema de cómo sostener sus principios y su identidad cultural mientras están abiertos a recibir culturas exteriores. También sus valores se han visto retrocedidos, han sido víctimas de diferentes tipos de asaltos y diferentes ataques, pero se ve que es una sociedad vibrante también muy abierta al cambio, tienen influencia cristiana y para ellos se ve la educación como un agente de cambio social, que también tienen presencia y conciencia sociopolítica en cambio y en movimiento. Están moviéndose hacia mucha fuerza social y están tratando de mantener entre ellos también una identidad cultural y religiosa. Se ve el conflicto entre la tradición y la modernidad y se ven como gente dividida, deprivada también de diferentes aspectos. Next. Tenemos en el momento diferentes amenazas como crisis de identidad, alienación de su tierra, explotación de sus campos y también el entrenamiento que se está tratando de hacer por parte externa. Next. Y lo que están tratando de hacer pues es levantar un poco la voz para que en cuestión gubernamental no sea gente ignorada, sino que al mismo tiempo se pueda continuar su lucha en contra de la discriminación y que puedan tener su lugar y su identidad. Next.
Yeah. Okay.
Aquí tienen algunas fotos de las culturas indígenas y de sus niños indígenas.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Johar. Johar.
Okay. So thank you, Dr. Vincent, for wonderfully presenting as a whole, the Indian indigenous peoples in brief and nicely translated by Esmeralda. So thank you very much for this one. So now a little bit, we'll go a bit faster because already we are late for 10 minutes. So now invite immediately to Dr. Harshit Sosan Lakra. Dr. Harshit is an associate professor in Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee in North India. She comes from a forest village from Chhattisgarh. She is an architect by profession, an engineer, but is passionate about working for indigenous model of villages and cities in India. She also on indigenous women, peace, and on harmony. Dr. Harshit, you are welcome.
A continuación tenemos a la doctora Harshit Sosan Lakra. Es una profesora asociada en el Instituto Indio de Tecnología, Roorkee. Viene de una comunidad campesina de Chhattisgarh. Es arquitecta de profesión, pero su pasión es trabajar con modelos indígenas para pueblos y ciudades en India. Y también trabaja para la juventud indígena y para las mujeres. Va a estar hablando sobre las mujeres indígenas, paz y armonía.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Dr. Harshit, yeah. But you please come a bit forward, I think, yeah.
I'm audible now?
Yeah,
Better?
okay, good. Yeah.
Yeah. I extend my johar and gratitude to all you have united together for effort. And I'm assistant professor, not yet associate here, assistant professor at IIT Roorkee, which is a leading technical institution of the country. And I'm also co-founder of Adivasi Development Network that mobilizes indigenous youth. I primarily focus on developing and negotiating for planning policies, strategies. So today I would like to share my experience from one of the research projects on model village development for Juang community. as my prior speaker had already talked about, particularly vulnerable group. So I'm going to share my experience, like what I have seen there, and how, as being an indigenous. So I'll be sharing the presentation just so that you can visualize what I'm talking about and see what it is like, what uh, I experienced there. So I'll quickly share that, and do let me know whenever you need a break.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead. Yeah.
So I'll be sharing the presentation here.
Yeah.
So this was about the model village, and as Father Vincent talked about the primitive tribal group. So it was Juang tribe in Odisha, and I undertook this project to understand the indigenous community, their values, challenges, and develop model village strategies that facilitates community to live on their own terms. So I took this project, that's why, and I'll quickly show. This is where, as Farah also showed, this is the project area in the eastern part of India. We see that it's located. So I chose to discuss about this project today so that we can understand what values we nurture as a community and how these have come in conflict with the current system and has resulted in immense violence. Further, I would briefly discuss on how we can create our path towards culture and environment sustainability and co-learn with each other in order to understand the problems and efforts. So in this particular place, we see uh, this particular project came as a problem to me of frequent rejection of the housing. So the picture which you see is the failure of the housing projects. Here, these are the governmentally funded projects. We see that how they are incomplete or abandoned by the community. So we saw that there's failure to address the community's need, and most of it, if you see another picture which I show here, if you see this picture, I have just juxtaposed two images here. One, we see the actual gathering space, which is called the Mandaghar, and newly done by the government. You can see on the left hand side. So you can see how really it doesn't align with our culture of gathering places, how we come together, discuss, make decisions. So that was what was the traditional structure, which was replaced by the new structure, the permanent structure. So we saw that we were not able to address, or our solutions were disoriented, uh, our approaches were not aligning with our cultural culture. So government wanted to resolve this. So this project, we took up this project to see how we can look at sustainable development. So in this particular project, we decided to work with the indigenous youth from diverse tribes, especially from all the youths with whom we work, plus the youth from this particularly primitive tribal group. So we work together so that we are involved, everyone is involved in the process of understanding and also uh, designing the future together. So when we started seeing this, so we went to this remote location where we were given the brief that it's extreme poverty, people are rejecting, we are failing, our projects are failing, and people are not really cooperating towards achieving the goals. So we started looking at it, and what did we see here? So if you look at this picture, I hope this picture is clear. So we saw that women here were very curious. You can see this is one of the team member who's working with us. And then women are really going forward, even in the presence of another man. They are very comfortable in watching him doing something. So, which is like they were so curious to learn and see new things. Further, we also see this is another sketch done by our artist. We see that there are unique set of values. This is again the same. We tried to sketch it and see how those gathering spaces were. So in local term, the community calls it a manda ghar, and we also saw that there used to be mandi ghar for women, but no longer we see that those gathering spaces. But then we saw that these were the places which showed the community living. They also represented the learning spaces where the knowledge was transferred from one generation to the other. And this was also the place for gender equality and respect. So both the male, female had their own gathering spaces. So these spaces indicated those things. And this space also indicated the traditional and the democratic system of governance. So here where all the important decisions were made. So this community is there in Odisha and we really saw all these coming up there. We also see, if there's another sketch of it, we did the sketching. You see that we are not even able to see the houses. They are so much within the nature. So we saw that there was strong man-nature relationship. What we really hear in principle, we saw that. See how our built form were so much integrated with the green that we were hardly able to see those structure there. So there was strong man-nature relationship, and there was deep understanding of the forest and strong love for it and life. And also not only love for the material, but the process it contained. So we saw those things here in one of the most
Dr. Hasid, would you please stop for a bit translation?
Sure. Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Give me 1 second. If maybe she can continue a little bit. I have a technical issue.
Okay.
2 minutes.
All right. So I'll continue.
Yeah.
So we saw that there was deep man-nature relationship. In this picture, we see how well we are integrated.
Please keep your phone.
Yeah. So we saw in this picture that how well they are integrated. They are so not disturbing the nature, and their structures are also interwoven with that. And this community showed a different perspective of life. Um, it also contained the place for ancestors and rituals. You can see it in other. We see these forests which are really in the neighboring places.
Yeah, mic sound.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just. So we also see that all those there was place for ancestors, there was space for all rituals. That was all living culture. We could see all the principles which we talk about was very much evident in this place. Further, we also see, I'll show you another glimpse. We also saw that there was a lot of youthfulness and hope for the future in this particular place. We see how the kids were really narrating their songs in their own tribal language. They were talking about the nature, how they loved their um, farming system. So that was so like the love was evident, and their uh, uh, willingness to come out to really enjoy the life was evident here. In this, we documented the housing, though it's a very small dwelling unit. For this tribe, we see that they had a very different and interesting way of life. And if you'll see here, I'll just show you, this is a very small dwelling unit. So people really lived in the nature. They only needed this space to store their belongings. And that too not because of theft, just from the water and damage, not really that the trust between each other was there. So you can see these small units. I have just drawn the elevation and sections, technical details, but you'll see that there is just two units. So when a family lives, they have one unit, and then when the kids grow up, like when they are 12 or 13, they have a separate unit adjoining to it. So it also showed that how the system allowed kids to grow up, have their own private space, and also train them to be independent. So this understanding of the culture really helped us, and the built environment really helped us to see how we were helping our youngsters and how this was so much engaged with the, like, we were just living with the nature. We really did not build huge buildings to really occupy or deduct more of the environment. In this particular picture, you can further see, if it is, I hope it's available.
Yeah, maybe now that transition can take place. Ismarilata?
Yeah, I'll just complete one point here. Is that okay?
Okay, okay.
Yeah. So if we see this pinda here, the raised flint here, so we would see that women, all people used to gather here, interact with the passerbys, and also we saw that women could sleep here freely under the sky without fear of any fear about anything about the nature or other people around. So they could sleep in the night here. So that also showed the level of freedom we had and fearlessness which we had and the relationship with the nature. So I'll stop here for the translation.
Yeah, okay. Okay, Ismarilata, you're, yeah, okay, good.
Can you go back with the slides, please,
Yeah.
to the beginning?
Yeah.
La doctora Harshit es profesora asistente en Roorkee y también es cofundadora de la red de desarrollo Adivasi que moviliza jóvenes indígenas y primariamente se enfoca en desarrollar y negociar políticas, estrategias y diseños que nutran valores y cultura de los indígenas. Quiere compartir el día de hoy su experiencia desde uno de sus proyectos de investigación, que es un modelo de desarrollo de pueblos para la comunidad Juan, particularmente es un grupo tribal vulnerable en Odisha, y fue fundado por Jutco, y la doctora lo tomó para comprender a la comunidad indígena, sus valores, sus retos, etc. Quiero hablar sobre este proyecto para entender qué valores son los que nutren la comunidad y cómo estos se convirtieron en un conflicto con el sistema actual y cómo resultaron en violencia. Quiere discutir también cómo podemos crear un camino hacia la cultura y la sustentabilidad ambiental y coaprender entre nosotros para poder entender los problemas y los esfuerzos. Next, please. Next slide, please. Esta es la región en donde está el desarrollo de la comunidad. Next. Y estas eran las imágenes que se dio cuenta que con este proyecto frecuentemente tenían rechazo por la comunidad. No podían llegar a las necesidades y a veces también abandonaban los desarrollos, como podemos ver en la fotografía. Next, please. Empezaron a sustituir los modelos sustentables de construcción por modelos modernos, como vemos en la derecha el tradicional y en la izquierda el moderno. Y decidió trabajar con los jóvenes indígenas y con las mujeres desde una tribu diferente y desde la comunidad Yoang para comprender y diseñar futuramente. Y cuando empezaron, vieron que las mujeres estaban muy curiosas, que no tenían miedo en acercarse, por ejemplo, en esta foto, este chico que está trabajando en el proyecto. Habían también diferentes valores en estos asentamientos, como el mandagar, que era el reunirse, eran lugares de reunión para hombres, y el mandigar, que eran lugares de reunión para mujeres. Mostraban cómo vivía la comunidad, había espacios de aprendizaje, y había igualdad de género y respeto. Next, please. Estos espacios también fueron la muestra de el sistema de gobierno tradicional y democrático, y la misma comunidad mostró la relación muy fuerte entre el hombre y la naturaleza. Tenían un gran conocimiento del campo y un amor por esto, y contenían la vida y los procesos en la naturaleza. Mostraron diferente perspectiva de la vida con esta nueva propuesta, y podía ver una forma única y muy interesante de cohabitar, que era entretejido en la naturaleza y comunicando una forma no violenta de vivir y de construir. También con este nuevo modelo le permitieron a los niños y a los jóvenes un desarrollo y una privacidad mejor para ellos, que le dio espacio también a los hombres y las mujeres de expresarse entre ellos mismos. Pudo ver que las mujeres no tenían problemas en estar bajo el cielo a cualquier hora del día, tenían mucha libertad. Había más desarrollo del arte, de la creatividad, se desarrolló un equilibrio económico. Next. Next slide, please. Aquí se pueden ver cómo están las casas completamente dentro de la naturaleza y cómo casi no se veían las casas en sí. Aquí habla sobre cómo las personas se consideraban cuidadores de la naturaleza y no dueños de la naturaleza. Next. Next. Can we continue with the slides? Next, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe, yeah.
I'll continue.
Dr. Harshit, yeah,
Yes.
maybe, yeah, again, you say what is important. We are going again existing the time, so we have another 8 minutes. So
Yeah,
the
yeah.
time is adjust, yeah.
So I had explained this, like we saw in their built environment, how they were giving, even the buildings were built in nature, and they were not hiding from the nature, but they were living with the nature, and women were free under the sky at any hour, and they were not afraid of anything. So, and further, we also see the rhythm and the beats in the community. So there was how they gathered together and danced together. We also see there's art and creativity. We see how men and women express themselves in the wall painting, the woodwork, and how they were building it together. The instruments, the traditional instruments, the places there. So we see a lot of beauty there, and without many sophistication, natural beauty, which people carved out in this place. We also saw that people really loved the traditional agriculture system, and there was also very simplicity which was reflected amidst them. We also see the kinship and the family structure which was so unique at this particular place, and the traditional governance here. So what was really, I'll come to the point where there was conflict, how people were really seeing them, and how when the project came to us, um, people were really considered as being lethargic and aid dependent, showing low intelligence, poor, unorganized, not ambitious, stuck with backward system, very traditional, old backward system methods and techniques, and then grip of alcohol, and where we had man-nature relationship, the other people saw it as a they waste time in the forest. So that was how the problem was projected to us. This community, which never saw in reality the poverty, this graph shows that how this community, which was always rich, they had honey due to drink, how due to environmental change, change in the policies and restriction, how they came down to poverty, and today they face extreme hunger. So this graph shows that. So we studied them through time. And then what is happening really today is like youths are shying away to identify themselves as indigenous, and mothers are stressed to create future for their children. Mandighar, as I told, is already dwindling away, and the access to forest is constrained, and it's getting worse with the change in the environment, uh, deterioration in the forest, and this has led to massive food insecurity. So we came up with the participatory approach. As I said in the beginning, that we went with the indigenous youth. We took youths from the community itself and had a participatory approach where we understood the problem together, designed it together, and looked for the solutions. So these were our activities, what we did together, spent time together, danced together, debated, uh, uh, reflected upon how things are being seen, and we highlighted the beautiful structure of there. This is the model which we created, and then we brought it out for the people to see here. And we made those documentation where it was very important before we lose those settlements and other things, or we understand how they were structured together. So you this is my last slide. So I would say that out of all these, what we really learned was that there was so much beauty. How the problem is being targeted to us, but there's so much beauty when we see it from inward, from our own community perspective. And the system, what we saw was very non-violent ways. You also saw that how buildings were constructed, how they lived with the nature. So it was very non-violence way of living. So what we saw was that there was need to remove the biases, what had to come out of the environment, of the larger environment when we deal with the bigger group, and then restore faith and respect. The youngster, as I mentioned, they did not wanted to identify themselves with the community. So there was need to restore faith and respect. Then there was need to generate resources and develop appropriate technology and management. So there were beautiful, within those structure, we could work out different designs and with the community together. So those, there's, I want to highlight here that there is a need to create processes for engaging with our youth and women, and to create a very enabling environment which focus on leadership development, community mobilization, physical environment, along with the infrastructure development. And today in particular, such platform where we discuss has brought us together to help us to remove the prevalent biases. So when we share with each other, with all Mexico, people all representative here, this is one step in restoring the faith and respect among our fellows. We feel proud about it, to talk about our culture. And this helps us to co-learn. We learn from each other, we look at each other's culture, and for creating this supporting enabling environment by learning ways how we can really develop leadership and then generate resource and technological thus create a strong, beautiful, and sustainable future, a future which really resonates and narrates who we are. Johar, and thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Harshit Lakraji. And now maybe Ismaralda, would you able to summarize it, whatever she has explained? Because already we have seen all the pictures and all it is presented. I think our viewers, they have seen it. So just would you please summarize it?
Yes.
Yeah, that will be better. Yeah.
Entonces, después de haber analizado cómo vivían antes estas comunidades, se preguntaron qué es lo que estaba pasando que terminó en que las comunidades tuvieran tal violencia y desconexión, y se dieron cuenta de que no tenían ya acceso a la naturaleza y eso generaba mucho estrés. Las personas empezaron a ser consideradas por la gente externa como de inteligencia menor y los jóvenes no se sentían identificados porque se sentían inferiores cuando se identificaban con sus grupos tribales. Y el modelo que recrearon fue comprendiendo estos conflictos basado en cómo era antes la vida comunitaria no violenta con tanta belleza natural, en una forma no violenta de vivir para restaurar la fe y el respeto. Este respeto comunitario, generar recursos económicos y tecnológicos para poder aplicarlo y crear un ambiente co-creativo para poder generar un futuro más fuerte, sustentable, que resuene con lo que realmente somos en conjunto como comunidad.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so interesting. And both of you have presented very well, but due to lack of time, we have to bit hurry up. So sincerely thanks to both Dr. Harshit Lakra and also our translator Esmeralda Bin for excellently explaining about it. Now we go to third speaker, Dr. Annabel Benjamin Bara. Dr. Benjamin Bara is from Oraon tribe from Jharkhand, and I am happy to introduce that he is the first from indigenous communities to obtain doctorate in management studies from Xavier Labor Relations Institute, Jamshedpur in Jharkhand, a premier institute of management studies. He, as a young indigenous management expert, is utilizing his management and social skills and actively promoting indigenous models of sustainability, visiting fellow to the Faculty of Management Studies in Delhi University. He will speak on violent economy, struggles of indigenous peoples, and practice of non-violence and sustainable development. Dr. Benjamin, you are welcome.
Tenemos al doctor Annabel Benjamin Bara, es de la tribu Oraon de Jharkhand. Están felices de presentarlo. Es el primero de una comunidad de administración del Instituto de Relaciones Xavier Labor en Jamshedpur, un instituto de estudios de administración de primer nivel. Él también, como un experto en administración indígena joven, está utilizando estas habilidades para promover activamente los modelos indígenas de desarrollo sustentable y alternativo en los pueblos. También es un invitado de la Facultad de Estudios en Administración en la Universidad de Delhi y va a hablar sobre economía violenta, las luchas de la gente indígena y la práctica de la no violencia y el desarrollo sustentable.
Yeah.
Thank you. Johar, one and all. Good evening, good morning, wherever you are. I would like to start my presentation without wasting any time. I would like to share my slides. Is it visible?
Yeah, yes, go ahead.
So the topic which has been given to me was development of violent economy by the government, of course, and struggles of India's indigenous peoples and what they do to develop a non-violent economy. So the first thing which I would like to say, that the Constitution of India and the law of the land has given various provisions to safeguard the indigenous, tribal, Adivasi rights and practice self-determination. Article 244, 5th and 6th schedule, provision of Panchayat Extension Schedule Area, in short, PPESA, Forest Right Acts are to name few. Schedule areas are those areas which are primarily dominated by tribal population. Article 244, 5th and 6th schedule in the Constitution of India provides us with the guidelines to govern and administer the scheduled areas. PPESA gives autonomous power and authority to Gram Sabha, also known as village councils, which are run mainly by the indigenous communities, to self-rule and to take decisions for the development of the areas. No government projects, policies, plans, mining activities, or any other form of development activities could be done without free prior informed consent, in short FPIC, and permission of the Gram Sabha of that area. Under Forest Right Acts 2006, Gram Sabha controls and manages community forest resources, CFR, minor forest produces, and determine individual and community forest rights, and has authority to approve or disapprove any claims made under Forest Right Act 2006. In various Supreme Court judgments, it has been reiterated time and again that tribals who own the land also owns the mineral resources in it. Although there are various laws and constitutions and provisions in favor of the indigenous peoples of India, however, the ground level implementation is very poor. The officers in charge or the elected leaders show a lack of interest for tribal development. The government budget allotted for the development of tribal under tribal subplan, now scheduled tribe component, is misutilized and diverted for other development projects. The lack of unity and leadership among the tribals in the area of politics, community, and society also impacts the development, which results in displacement, mining, migration, unemployment, poverty, human trafficking, lack of education, health facilities, sanitation, and clean drinking water. These are just few issues which I'm speaking, and they prevail. Role of media channels to curb information and to promote paid news. Also, keep the indigenous communities unaware about the disruptive policies of the government that hampers the overall development of the tribal.
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Benjamin, just please wait for the translation. Maybe in short, in short translation could be given.
El doctor Benjamin quiere hablar un poco de cómo las áreas seccionadas y las áreas marginadas hacen para regularse a ellos mismos, sobre qué hacen para desarrollar una economía no violenta y cuáles son los factores que lo impiden o que lo permiten. Se refiere a las áreas, en inglés es scheduled, en español le podríamos decir seccionadas o marginadas. Dio el ejemplo de varias de ellas, como el PESA, la quinta, la sexta, y menciona cómo una de estas da el poder autónomo y la autoridad a Gram Sabha, que también se conoce como Consejo de los Pueblos, y que está principalmente llevado por las comunidades indígenas para autorregularse y tomar decisiones para el desarrollo de sus áreas sin ningún tipo de desarrollo de proyectos políticos, proyectos y planes políticos, sin que haya primero un consenso. Aunque hay varias leyes y provisiones constitucionales a favor de los indígenas en India, Él dice que la implementación en un nivel muy concreto es muy pobre, que realmente no hay el interés por el desarrollo tribal y que el presupuesto del gobierno para el desarrollo de las tribus se utiliza de formas incorrectas y se desvía a otros proyectos. Y la falta de la unidad y del liderazgo entre los tribales mismos en el área de la política, comunidad y de la sociedad también tiene un impacto en el desarrollo. Se colocan de forma equivocada estos recursos, hay minería, migración, falta de empleos, pobreza, tráfico humano, falta de educación, de facilidades de salud y de agua potable. Estos son algunos de los temas que prevalecen en estas comunidades. Y también tenemos el rol de los medios de comunicación con noticias que generalmente son promovidas a través de pagos, y esto mantiene también a las comunidades indígenas sin la conciencia sobre las políticas disruptivas del gobierno que irrumpen en este desarrollo de las tribus.
Thank you. Let me start with the few policy changes, amendments, and court's judgment that was initiated recently by the government, which will or could directly or indirectly impact the fate of tribal development, their identity, and economy. So, in February 2019, the Supreme Court of India ordered for the eviction of tribals and other forest dwellers from the forest after their claims based on Forest Right Act were rejected. This affected around 1.9 million tribal and other forest dweller families. However, with the continuous efforts by human rights activists, tribal protests in all over India, and ongoing interventions by us at various ministries, regional and international platforms, including the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues and Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous People, the Supreme Court put the stay order till further notification. If this would have been implemented, then millions of tribals would have been displaced and lost their livelihood, which was dependent on forest producers. The next wave to disturb the peace, harmony, and economy of tribals came in form of the proposed amendment in Indian Forest Act, IFA 1927, by the Ministry of Forest, Environment, and Climate Change. It mentioned that the Gram Sabha, village council, would not work as the supreme body to control and manage the forest resources and decide the forest territory in the tribal areas. But forest officer will decide the same. It also gave forest officers discretionary powers to arrest or shoot at will any suspicious person found collecting or stealing fossil fuel or wood, or forest produced or tending flocks in forest, which are found out of his defined boundaries. This proposed amendment faced lots of protests and was rejected on a massive scale throughout the country by the tribals. As a result, the amendment was withdrawn. Through this proposed amendment, it was suspected that the government tried to finish the control of tribals over the forest and its minor producers, which was the primary source of their economy. It would have also left them on the mercies of the forest officials by reducing the powers of Gram Sabha. You can translate this.
Quiere mencionar algunos cambios en políticas que han estado sucediendo y juicios de cortes que se iniciaron recientemente por el gobierno, que podrían impactar directa o indirectamente el desarrollo de las comunidades tribales, de su economía y de su identidad. Menciona en específico uno en febrero del 2019, donde la Suprema Corte de India ordenó que se eliminaran los tribales y otros asuntos forestales basados en el Acto de los Derechos Forestales. Esto se rechazó, hubo muchas protestas y la Corte Suprema puso esta orden en pausa hasta la siguiente notificación. Después hubo otra ola de disturbios y esto fue la propuesta para una propuesta sobre los derechos forestales del Acta 1927 y mencionaba que el Consejo del Pueblo, el Gram Sabha, no podría trabajar como el cuerpo supremo para controlar y manejar los recursos forestales y decidir que el territorio forestal en las áreas tribales les pertenecía a ellos, pero de todas formas se hizo de esta manera. También les empezaron a dar a los oficiales forestales poderes discretos para arrestar o disparar a cualquier persona sospechosa que estuviera recolectando el combustible fósil o madera, que son los recursos del campo. Y estas propuestas llevaron a muchas protestas y fue rechazada en una escala muy masiva por los tribales porque iba en contra de la no violencia y como resultado también se retiró esta acta. Después se sospechó que el gobierno trató de seguir controlando los tribales sobre productos forestales y esto era la primera fuente de su economía.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Dr. Benjamin, would you please conclude entire thing, summarizing within 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This year, before COVID-19 pandemic, the government of India brought another amendment in the Citizenship Amendment Act 2019. It was to be followed by the National Population Register and then National Citizenship Register. In this process, one has to prove through documents that one is a citizen of India. However, the irony was that voter ID cards, driving license, passport, or any other government documents does not prove your citizenship. The most affected peoples will be the tribals because they did not carry or do not have documents to prove their place of birth. This was because either most of them were displaced in the name of development projects, or they carried long-age tradition of keeping the ancestral land intact through the traditional customs and knowledge. This was not only affect the overall tribal population in the upcoming census of India 2021, but will impact the reservation policies and budget allocation for the development projects. During the pandemic situation, tribals were severely affected in the urban areas. Most of the tribals in urban areas were either migrant workers, daily wage laborers, or domestic helpers. Everybody on a massive scale was severely affected by it. There was a total lockdown in India. Most of them lost their jobs. They did not have enough to feed their family. As a result, they returned to their village barefoot. In the village, they too faced unemployment and rejection by their community due to fear of coronavirus. The education policy, having the structure of 5 plus 3 and 4, it included in the education policy by the government of India, the critical thinking pedagogy. And the government also introduced the education in regional language. But for the tribal people, there was a conflict because there are more than 700 tribal communities in India. And if the regional languages are allowed, then which regional language will be promoted or which tribal language will be promoted at the state level? That was really confusing. It is still unclear, and the education policy for the tribals are really a failure. In many tribal areas, tribal do farming. In recent agriculture reform ordinance bill, just 4 days before, the government had tried to bring changes which include contract-based farming, selling of agri-products in all states, our freedom to hoard agriculture produces, except during the time of emergencies and pandemic. This has also brought fear in the hearts of the tribal people because it can either promote black marketing, or it can also promote private players hoarding the agriculture produces, and they can sell them at a higher rate. So the farmers or the tribals will not get the due price. What we are trying to do, our interventions, together with the group of like-minded tribal leaders, influential tribal political leaders, social activists, and tribal intellectuals, we are trying to do the following. We are building awareness programs on the rights of indigenous people. We are proposing workshops and trainings on tribal sustainable business development models. We are uniting tribal organizations and social workers for one cause. Advocacy and interventions with the policymakers, administrators, politicians, and government offices. We are development of indigenous chamber of sustainable commerce to give platforms to new budding entrepreneurs. And last but not the least, we are helping the young budding entrepreneurs with seed money to start up their own business. Thank you so much.
Yeah, okay. In short, yeah, just you can summarize, Smartha.
Yes, give me 1 second.
Yeah.
A partir de la pandemia del COVID-19, en India se cerró completamente India, y dentro del proceso uno tenía que probar que uno es un ciudadano de India, pero la ironía es que los papeles oficiales como la licencia de manejar, el pasaporte o la identificación no prueba tu ciudadanía. Y en este caso las personas tribales fueron muy afectadas porque no tienen con ellos documentos que prueben su lugar de nacimiento. Y en este caso tuvieron que regresar a sus tierras a pie descalzo, y se vieron enfrentados con falta de trabajo, con falta de dinero, con falta de economía. Muchos perdieron su trabajo también por esto. Junto con todo este proceso se mencionó que iba a haber programas educativos en las regiones y que iban a ser dados en lenguajes regionales, pero esto se volvió muy confuso porque India tiene más de 700 comunidades tribales y cada una tiene su lenguaje. Entonces no está siendo muy efectivo por la confusión del idioma. Y otro punto del que habla es sobre la agricultura, que muchos se dedican a la agricultura en las zonas tribales, y hubo una reforma agricultora hace poco que está tratando de hacer venta fuera de los estados de forma privada de productos de agricultura, y el permiso de que cada persona pueda almacenar sus propios productos. Y a los tribales esto les preocupa porque puede empezar a haber ganancias individualizadas, puede haber mercado negro y probablemente tener pérdidas económicas por esta razón. Juntos con grupos de líderes con visiones parecidas, con activistas sociales y con intelectuales tribales, están tratando de crear conciencia, programas de conciencia para los derechos de la gente indígena, educación y entrenamiento en negocios sustentables para que creen modelos de desarrollo, unir las organizaciones tribales y los trabajadores sociales para una sola causa. Quieren lograr intervenciones con los que generan las políticas, administradores y oficiales gubernamentales, y quieren ayudar a los jóvenes emprendedores a buscar cómo empezar sus propios negocios, especialmente en el campo de la agricultura.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Dr. Benjamin, for wonderfully presenting the entire issue and your activities and your involvement and bringing all the intellectuals. So thank you very much, and also to Esmeralda for wonderfully translating the things. Thank you very much. Now we are already 7 almost. So by 7:30 we should stop our whole conversation, the first session of our seminar, our webinar. So now we'll go a little bit faster. Manju and Ankush, may I request both of you to little bit cut short and make it short. Give the real message that you want to give, so that we can adjust within this time. And also the transition could be also shorter. Thank you. So now Ms. Manju Dungdung will be coming. Manju Dungdung is from Kharia tribe, from forest village of Jharkhand. As a woman from village, she is engaged in protection and promotion of socio-cultural and traditions of indigenous communities. She is a social activist and works among the landless peoples. As a tribal indigenous woman, she gives priority on self-identity and self-determination of indigenous peoples for peace and harmony. So, Manju Dungdung, you are...
A continuación, perdón, voy a presentarla. I'm going to present her. A continuación tenemos a la doctora Manju Dungdung, originaria de la tribu Kanria de la aldea Jharkhand. Como una mujer de la aldea se encuentra vinculada en la protección y promoción de la tradición sociocultural de las comunidades indígenas. Ella es una activista social y trabaja con los pueblos no arraigados. Como una mujer adivasi indígena, le da prioridad a la autoidentificación y autodeterminación de los pueblos indígenas por la paz y la armonía.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Carla. Now, Manju, please unmute your sound system. Manju, unmute your mouth. Manju, आपका साउंड को बदले कीजिए, वो जो साउंड है उसको थोड़ा टच कीजिए स्क्रीन में, वो जो लेफ्ट साइड में है ना उसको टच कीजिए. जो
मंजू दीदी जो माइक है वो क्लिक कीजिए. हाँ हाँ अब आ रही है ना.
हाँ.
हेलो, जोहार, जय जगत, गुड इवनिंग एंड गुड मॉर्निंग, foreign delegate and Indian friend also. My name is Manjula Dungdung. My district name now Simdega. I am working 26 years in Ekta Parishad. Few focus women land right and livelihood. Without land, don't think women empowerment. Many Adivasi women have no land position. We survey the women and organization some training, rally, dharna, and also him Padayatra with leadership of Rajgopal and Jilkar Harris and other person. Self-identity and self-designation by indigenous women. Indigenous women play key role at home, in the finally and in the society. For overall development of the Adivasi society, I am happy to share my experience and overcome and Adivasi indigenous women from forest village from Jharkhand and Bihar, part of Bihar in India. Indigenous family and village in most of the Adivasi villages, which live a mixture of tribal groups, even in tribal villages. Living together, sub-villages we are, which 12 to 15 different groups, though we have different languages, culture and tradition, faith, cloth, wearing, food, but we live in place on and in harmony with one another, women and cultural. The women speak our mother language at home and teach our children the story, songs, dance, and different practice at get why the women's tribal women's are simple and it becomes easy to do any things, and also we resolve our problems and issue easy by way of dialogue. All the success songs in different story told in different celebrities etc are told the children by women, and thus our story and tradition are carried forward to generation. Living and clothes in many Adivasi group women weave cloth for our people's different tribal groups have got different type of fabrics that focus us district and different some tribal groups art expert in weaving and dress making. Thus tribal women play main role in processing and our language cutting, including economic. Our women exercise and continue the tribals. Spirituality in the village by gathering for prayers, our women continue our community and corporate living in the society. Indigenous depend on nature. We live on land, forest, and water. Our indigenous life is very much connected to nature. Without them, our life is not possible. The prime source of livelihood in agriculture activities, what forest and land. Our equality important for us. See women work in the field with men and produce different cons. Vegetable cuttles, pulse for our use and is extra them. We sell them in for money. We saw ultra soft. We also 30 different type of vegetables in our area. Together with agriculture, we have cattle, goat, piggery, chicken, sheep, etc. for our support. We also cultivate fish in the ponds for our conservation and well and money. The forest in lot destroyed, not destroyed by us. In the village we use the dry one branches, leaf, etc. In summer we collected the dried firewood and leaves and store for rainy season, and thus we protect the forest. Almost 40% of Adivasi life depend on forest. We get different fruit, roots, flowers, leaves, and use them as our food, oil, medicine, sell them in the market for exchange money. The mahuma, chiranji, kadana, kusum, dori, jamun, mushroom, rugda, etc. We get in abundance from forest. We use them as per our dish eats at home. We also persuade for the year, and if needed we well them in the forest. The forest product and forest are very important. We prepare rice and cold handia. We keeps us healthy. It is used for worship during feast and festival, and all family and social celebration. It is on site by both male and female. Even and sell it. It is used as food, drink, and even economic gain for some, of course. Some use excess and get drunk. Health care and medical treatment system. Our villages are in the forest and on the hills. The government health care system like community health center, providing travels, basic SLT, MST, ambulance, percent etc. are within our reach. Our NC store land farm, their experience on the health care and treatment and have handed over the medicine knowledge from generation to generation. Often these knowledge are with the women and our wing practice in our villages. The knowledge, the Wilhor and reality expert on this medicine and treatment. They sell different roots, flowers, and fruit, etc. and on their livelihood. The ordinary figure, different pan and elements, etc. are helpful. The home medicine for any final self snake bit the forest. People hardly go to the doctor in some interior villages. Education is our villages are in the indigenous in the interior forest. It live difficult to send our children to school in the rural area. Till now,
Manju Didi,
huh,
Manju Didi, just
huh,
please the concluding part you please say.
ठीक
आखिरी वाला points आपको हाँ.
आखिरी वाला point.
Okay, okay.
Can I translate a little bit? ¿Puedo traducir un poquito?
She's going to finish it. Yeah.
In self-development and interpretation, education could helpful for the color and our Adivasi development age of women. I see the girls' child education skill development, indigenous knowledge skill and socio and good family health and ethical development our Adivasi tribal society. Participant of women in governance, the Adivasi tribal society, educated women are participating in the governance system and in the political meeting all the state. They are calling together for making plan, participate in the decision making and also in exhibition of the men in the modern society. There our Gram in village, our Gram Sabha, village assembly help in the villages. Our women participate actively in activate the right and democratic. और थोड़ा सा है.
हाँ, थोड़ा जल्दी.
Girl-less system would help the Adivasi tribal women in the development of the Adivasi society better. Think and feel we Adivasi are special people. Think our district history, social, cultural, and community living. The top to bottom express for approach for system, empowering system and development will not help the tribal. Our life is very much attached with nature. The have strong identity. We need our for development in our own way with our special and cultural and community need best and with nature. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you very much, Manju Didi. So she's from village and she has tried her best to express in English, and we are really proud of her. So thank you very much. And now, Carla, you can translate a little bit short and give a overview.
Yeah, sure. I got it.
Yeah,
I got it. Okay. Thank you very much. Entonces dice, nosotros, básicamente la doctora está explicando cuáles son las actividades que ellas como mujeres tienen en su comunidad Adivasi, y voy a dar una lista más o menos de lo que ella explicaba desde el principio. Dice, nosotros servimos a las mujeres, muchas de nosotras no tenemos tierra, Muchas de las mujeres indígenas no parecemos tener identidad. Vivimos juntos en comunidades tribales, tenemos más de 50 diferentes grupos, nos organizamos para alimentarnos, vestirnos, trabajar juntos. Juntamos a nuestra comunidad, especialmente a los niños, para comunicarles nuestras tradiciones a través de historias y bailes. Nuestra historia adivasi pasa de generación en generación gracias al esfuerzo de nuestras mujeres. Nosotros somos parte importante de la economía, comercio y tradición en general. La conexión con la naturaleza es prioritaria. Las mujeres trabajan en el campo junto con los hombres. Nuestra contribución al sistema tribal es básico. También la doctora describe cómo las mujeres cosechan, comercian y distribuyen medicinas de la tierra para poder tener afluencia económica en la comunidad. Describe también cómo las mujeres trabajan con el gobierno para establecer sus sistemas de salud. El conocimiento ancestral de las medicinas se utiliza para poder servir a la comunidad. Describe también cómo las mujeres ven la necesidad de obtener más educación que les proporcione conocimiento más especializado para poder tener un ejercicio más productivo en los rubros sociales, políticos de la comunidad. En general, hace mucho hincapié en cómo la vida de la comunidad adivasi está muy vinculada a la naturaleza y por lo tanto expresa la necesidad de enfoques que respeten esta visión para que puedan ser realmente efectivos. Gracias.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. It was difficult, maybe, but it was very good. Yeah, she spoke very well. Actually, she brought out all the points that in the villages, the indigenous people they face and they live and they promote the nature and culture and environment. So nice way she brought out actually. Yeah. So thank you very much. Okay, now we will have Mr. Ankush. He's a very passionate person. Ankush is, and a young man who is fully engaged with the indigenous communities in India and committed to their causes. He is a co-founder of Adivasi Lives Matter, a social media channel which has thousands of followers. He will speak from his experiences and observations on indigenous peoples and other communities and the relationship that indigenous people and non-indigenous people. So let us listen to Ankush Bhai, and he will present very technically.
A continuación tenemos al ponente, el señor Ankush. El señor Ankush es un joven apasionado, el cual se encuentra completamente involucrado en las comunidades indígenas de India y también comprometido con la causa. Él es cofundador de Las Vidas Adivasi Importan, un canal de social media, el cual tiene miles de seguidores. Él hablará de sus experiencias y observaciones de los pueblos indígenas y otras comunidades y sus relaciones con otros.
Thank you. Hola, damas y caballeros. That's what Google tells me. That's good morning and welcome to all of you. Johar to all of my Adivasi and indigenous friends from India. And it's an absolute honor to share the space over here with indigenous people from Mexico and India. I know we are short on time, so I'm going to jump right into the conversation. There's a question for everyone who is actually joining this webinar. Do you know that indigenous people of the world speak almost 4,500 languages? That's right. Less than 6% of the world's population speaks 60% of the world's languages. And when we do that, not many of these languages or not many of these stories actually come forth to people outside of these indigenous communities. There are some experiences that I'll be sharing of my work of associating with indigenous communities in India for the last 4.5 years. And I'm not really going to share the presentation with you each slide by slide, although I've really prepared that. But I'm going to share my screen with you on the work that we started on the indigenous languages. And I have added the link of this in the chat box as well, so feel free to take a look at that. What started 4 years ago was a simple question that if India has 11% of its population as indigenous people who speak almost 700-800 languages in India. Why do we not hear these stories more often? So according to a research by News Laundry and Oxfam India, less than 5% of articles in English newspapers of India are written by Dalits and Adivasis. In Hindi, it's less than 10%. And that made us ask a question: where are the stories of the indigenous communities? Most of the stories that are written by non-indigenous people who understand the perspective of indigenous communities only from a single dimension. And then when these stories are written, they are mostly written about issues of displacement, of mining, of looting, and all of these. But through our travels and through working with a lot of indigenous people, we've discovered and realized that there is so much richness. There is such immense culture and heritage and practices and traditional wisdom among the indigenous people, which almost never gets shared in articles or videos or on social mediums. And that's where our project began, Adivasi Awaz, which translates as Voice of Indigenous People. And what we started 4 years ago was with a simple question. Indigenous communities have always had a traditional system of oral storytelling. From generation to generation, all the stories, all the traditional wisdom has always been passed down orally between indigenous communities. We asked the question whether we can marry digital technology with the oral tradition of storytelling. And that's how Adivasi Awaz and the journey began. So when non-indigenous communities would look at indigenous people, they unfortunately use a lot of terms like backward or illiterate or uncivilized, which is absolutely wrong, because they are trying to look at, when you say that a fish is trying to judge a bird, so it's absolutely two different kind of communities, and one is trying to judge the other from their limited understanding and perspective. What we started in a few states of Tripura, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, and Maharashtra is the work of enabling Adivasi youth, of enabling indigenous youth, which you see some of the content creators over here, and equipping them with the tools, techniques, skills, and knowledge on using their mobile phones to tell their stories to the world. The idea was simple. You have your mobile phones, and through that, please share with the world whatever you want to tell about your community. We do not dictate what are the stories that the communities would like to share with the world. We just enable the communities, the Adivasi youth, with the digital skills that they need. And from there begins an extremely interesting journey. So over the past year and a half, more than 400 original articles and videos have been shared by these indigenous youth from across India. And this is just a beginning. These stories, these videos, these articles have reached out to more than 25 million people online through different social media channels. More than 40,000 people are associated with Adivasi Lives Matter on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube, and thus begins a journey of exploring indigenous perspectives for both urban indigenous youth as well as for non-indigenous communities. Because we discovered that really when the storytelling comes from indigenous people, then that is where the Adivasi identity, the tribal identity, indigenous identity starts getting asserted. The narrative is then in the hands of indigenous communities and not in the hands of the typical non-indigenous folks. Katla, are you going to translate or should I continue?
Oh my God, you're so good. Sí, yo puedo. Ok, entonces, básicamente empieza Ankush con una pregunta básica que dice, ¿saben que los indígenas del mundo hablan más de cientos de lenguajes? Solo simplemente el 60% de estos idiomas se habla en las latitudes o comunidades indígenas, y hace una pregunta retórica donde dice que si el 11% de los habitantes de la India son tribales, entonces ¿dónde están sus historias? ¿Quién las cuenta? Como ya nos había dicho antes la persona anterior a Ankush, la mayoría de la gente tribal, todo lo que cuenta lo pasa solo por lenguaje oratorio. Entonces, Dice que la mayoría de las historias se escriben por gente no tribal, con temas de escarcinio, con una connotación negativa y no desde el punto de vista de las comunidades indígenas. Entonces, el proyecto que él representa tan dignamente, Adivasi Matters, es básicamente reagrupar estas historias tradicionales y contarlas desde su perspectiva e entendimiento de las mismas comunidades tribales. Básicamente, lo que ellos hicieron fue juntar a grupos de jóvenes tribales y a través de sus teléfonos se han puesto a contar las historias de su pueblo. Esto ha tenido un gran alcance en muy poco tiempo. Da algunos números por ahí, pero uno de los números que más me llamó la atención es que 250 millones de personas se han conectado para escuchar estas historias. Entonces, eso habla de lo efectivo que ha sido el proyecto. Hasta aquí.
Gracias.
So, okay, another, maybe, yeah, 3-4 minutes.
2
maybe.
minutes.
Yeah.
Sure. Absolutely. Thank you so much for the translation. And I'm just going to share again my final remarks here because we have very little time.
You're so fast.
Sorry.
No, you're good because you're passionate. Estás muy bien.
Thank you. As a non-Indigenous person who has been accepted by Indigenous communities, I think that it's a huge honor. And this is something that I would like to encourage my non-Indigenous friends as well. In our journey of Adivasi Lives Matter and Adivasi Awaz, we have Ashish Biruli from Jharkhand, who is our co-founder, Isha Chitnis from Pune, who is also our co-founder. And these are some of the learnings that we have had over the years. Now, this is me as a non-Indigenous person speaking to my other non-Indigenous friends as well, who may have joined. As non-Indigenous people, we must listen rather than tell to the Indigenous communities. And this is traditionally a mistake that non-Indigenous policymakers, decision makers, politicians have always done, that we dictate and we tell. We should absolutely listen because Indigenous communities have history which is for tens of thousands of years. We are very young. Collaborate rather than contract. A lot of times we see token representation, where Indigenous communities have been given jobs. But we think that instead of giving jobs, like we heard Dr. Benjamin Barra say, to initiate that entrepreneurship, to seed that business spirit among the communities. What non-Indigenous communities can do is to lobby for better policy implementation, be it the Forest Rights Act, be it the PESA, be it the Gram Sabhas, be it the 5th, 6th schedule, all of these acts, we can lobby and use our influence. What can we do? We can amplify Adivasi and Indigenous voices across social media, across our platforms. We should have those uncomfortable conversations with our friends and family because we are settler communities. We exploit and have traditionally exploited Indigenous communities. That has to stop. And that cannot happen unless we acknowledge our privileges and unless we actively start to negate those privileges. So we must use our influence to further the conversations about Indigenous communities, not only in India, but globally. The reach that we have, the access that we have, the privileges that we have, we must absolutely use that to amplify the stories of Indigenous people and continue to learn from Indigenous communities. And today's webinar is such a brilliant example of that. We are learning not only from Indigenous experts from India, as well as from Mexico. So I must thank Jai Jagat for this. I must thank Nicholas Bhai for this and all our dear friends from Mexico as well. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak here. It is an absolute honor. And we will continue to learn from all of you.
Thank you very much, Ankushji. Thank you for inspiring all of us in the world. Yeah, for the translation, yeah.
Sí. Dice que solo para terminar, él comenta que como un individuo que no es indígena, ha sido un gran honor para él el poder hacer este trabajo. Como un individuo no indígena, nos hace la recomendación de que debemos aprender a escuchar en lugar de hablar, debemos aprender a colaborar con las comunidades indígenas en lugar de decirles qué es lo que tienen ellos que hacer. Tenemos frente a nosotros, después de todo, una tradición ancestral de la cual podemos aprender y también hace el comentario de que como individuos no indígenas podemos amplificar la voz de estas comunidades indígenas a través de las diferentes plataformas de las cuales ya somos miembros. El vernos también es muy importante, que nos veamos como individuos de influencia y así poder amplificar la voz de las comunidades de la India y México.
Yeah.
Gracias.
So, gracias. Yeah, thank you so much. So wonderful observation and experience, and lots to do ahead of us. Yeah, thank you so much. So, okay, friends, now almost our main speakers we have spoken already. And now may I invite Jill Kar Harris, our international Jai Jagat coordinator, to say a few words, her observation, and how indigenous people we could go for peace building, and how we could give out these strong messages that Ankush brought out. So all this message, how we can give. So maybe, yeah, Jill Kar Harris can, yeah, show the way and give some, show the path. Jill Kar.
Jilben, you're muted.
Your sound? Yeah. No, no, sound is not coming. Sound is still not. Hello, the sound has.
Bueno, mientras arreglan el sonido, yo voy a hacer la traducción de la presentación de la doctora Jill Carr, de origen canadiense y viviendo en India y comprometida con las causas de las comunidades marginadas. Es la organizadora internacional de Jai Jagat 2020, quien empezó una marcha a pie el 2 de octubre del 2019, del 2019, desde la tumba de Gandhi hasta Ginebra, las Naciones Unidas. Jill es quien coordina la interacción de los pueblos indígenas, así como la gente entre India y México.
No, unmute, maybe.
Muted.
Okay, okay. Okay.
If I turn off my camera, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
You can hear me. I'll just begin. So Jai Jagat, everybody. Jai Jagat Manjuben.
Jai Jagat.
Jai Jagat.
Jai Jagat. With Nicholas Bai and Sonia, they had the wisdom to see the importance of bringing these two countries together and to have indigenous people talk to each other, friends like you to talk to each other. And this has been a wonderful and exciting experience, as Ankush put it so well. And why it's so exciting is because both countries come from a colonial past that was highly repressive of indigenous people. And since both countries' independence, there has been increasingly a difficulty faced by different indigenous groups for their land and for their resources and for general recognition and a sense of their own dignity. So we thought that it was so important of bringing both countries together to share how we can move forward in a way that brings positive change in what has been a very destructive relationship by the state. And Ankush and his social media and many other examples from Benjamin G. and Harkit have come forward. And I just know that when our Spanish friends speak and they talk about the struggles they had with the Zapatistas and how they've moved to bring autonomy to many of the villages, people in India will be so excited to share in this important experiment. So what I'm hoping is, as Harkit said, Indigenous people, and Ankush said, Indigenous friends have so much to teach us about their settlement patterns, about their way of life, about their genuine peace and non-violence in their culture and in their way of living. So we need to come together in Jai Jagat and bring this solidarity solidly to the global level so we can our own local issues, which are very important, but to bring those experiences for other grassroots communities in other parts of the world. And to conclude, before our dear Katla will translate, just to say that the Jai Jagat is planning to arrive in Geneva in 1 year's time. And we would like to bring all sorts of different experiences to shape some of the international policies. We feel that a lot of advancement has been made, but still, if we look at the Sustainable Development Goals, we still need to see a stronger presence of our Indigenous friends in global policy making. And why do we need? Because our Indigenous friends here today and others around the world can help bring ways of dealing with the present climate crisis, the present environmental difficulties faced by all of us. And it is with that in mind that I hope that we can, following the Spanish presentations, find ways to come together and be stronger in our being together. Thank you very much, all my friends. Jai Jagat.
Okay.
Nicholas Pai.
Ok, voy a tratar de traducir. Ya. Voy a tratar de traducir esta hermosa compartimento. Dice que, gracias doctora, con la visión de Son y Nicolás, los cuales tuvieron en cuenta los cuales la doctora hace el comentario que el país de México e India posee antecedentes muy similares. En el pasado ellos fueron esclavizados, tuvimos guerras civiles y en algún punto en el pasado hemos sido muy similares. Creemos que la interacción entre ambas comunidades nos puede ayudar a movernos y avanzar hacia un nuevo futuro, traer estas nuevas experiencias para poder crear juntos y aprender y avanzar. La doctora habla acerca de Jai Jagat y cómo en un año el plan es llegar a Ginebra. El plan es poder establecer una presencia fuerte y sólida de las comunidades indígenas para poder así todos establecer políticas de sustentabilidad global y también de otras áreas en las cuales todos estamos involucrados. Y pues la doctora nos invita a que sigamos haciendo cosas como estos webinars para podernos integrar y entender que estamos todos juntos trabajando por una necesidad global. Y nos vemos en Ginebra en un año.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. So this way, how we have completed from our part one, that is India, indigenous peoples. From our part, we have finished our sharing with you, my dear friends, in Mexico. And I extend my sincere thanks to all the speakers who presented wonderfully their experiences, their knowledge, their research, and how they are looking forward. So thank you very much. Just I like to give you some maybe information. Maybe I should introduce our Sonia Dito, she is the main person. She is the main coordinator in Mexico, and she brought. Jill Bahani is there, Sonia is there, and myself. With three of us, we talked. So many times we talked. Then finally we arrived that we should be together. And Sonia is very interesting again. She studied in Gujarat Vidyapit, founded by Mahatma Gandhi Vidyapit. And she studied on World Mandala, that speaks about the peace and harmony in the world. And she has written a book on that. And because of her involvement on peace and harmony in the entire in the global, she was awarded the prestigious award, Bajaj International Award, for her dedication and for her life. So she is here, though we are not able to see her, but she will be seen after some time in the next session. So I thank you very much for this time. And now we'll have a little break. Maybe one small film is there. And then we'll go to the second part. That will be our Mexican brothers and sisters. They will speak to us in their Spanish and they will translate for us into English. So thank you very much. And Johar, and all of us say Jai Jagat.
Jai Jagat.
Jai Jagat.
Jai Jagat.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Jai
Father
Jagat.
Nicholas, and all the panelists. Thank you so much. Father, I just wanted to check with you. So we have around 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Do you want us to play the film for the first 8 minutes?
As you like, yeah, you adjust the time. Yeah, it is with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to request Janmajay to play the presentation, the film, and probably we can stop at 8 o'clock. Yeah. Thank you.
That's fine. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Greetings to you, dear Mexican brothers and sisters from India Indigenous Peoples. We are very happy to share with you about India and about indigenous peoples of India. This is world map. India and Mexico are situated in the parallel line.
This is India. We, the indigenous peoples, are spread all over the country. We are called Adivasis.
Exceptional and distinguished services and contribution in various spheres of activities. The Government of India awarded Simon Urao with the 4th highest civilian award for his role to lead the community to protect the forest and resources, for resolution of the conflicts in the areas, and for making his area very resourceful without government's assistance. On the other hand, the traditional management of resources, the self-identity, self-determination and self-governance is not the past but still existing among some indigenous communities in India. Simon Urao is called Padha Raja, the tribal chief or king of 52 villages or federation of villages. There are similar tribal chiefs among various indigenous communities who are still leading the community in socio-cultural spheres of life. It is the proof and symbol of our distinct and self-governance system that existed since time immemorial. There are council members in each village. Meetings are conducted, decisions are taken by the village assembly, and many activities are conducted by themselves. There are annual gatherings at various places every year, where millions of indigenous peoples come with their flags, music, and cultural teams. In the meetings, the chiefs, together with their council members, declare some important decisions, planning, codes, and conducts. Indigenous peoples accept and abide by these declarations.
Non-violence, no harms to animals and nature or anyone is a basic principle. You live in harmony, equal to all, live with justice and peace. Parha Raja Simone says, different tribal communities have different names for the same type of self-governance systems like the Kuruk. Around, people call their traditional head Parha Raja. Northeastern dance.
August, World Indigenous Peoples Day. It is an assertion of indigenous identity and their rights. Millions come and celebrate in the villages, towns and cities. Thanks to the United Nations for declaring 9th August as the International Day of the World's Indigenous Peoples and 13 songs and drums. We confirm that we are free and equal to all peoples, free from all discrimination and domination. We assert our self-identity and self-determination.
Indigenous arts and artifacts. Warli arts. Chhattisgarh crafts. Bamboo crafts. Indigenous fabrics. Chotanagpuri clothes. Northeastern clothes.
Karam Parab. We would like to present you one important festival, Karam Parab, which is being celebrated in September and October every year in the villages and centers in the central India.
Karam Feast is celebrated in Jharkhand, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Bihar, West Bengal, Assam, and other several states. It is connected with God that saves the tribals. At the same time, it is also connected with agriculture activities, young girls who are going to get married, and very special way with business of 7 brothers. In total, it is the feast of the village for unity, harmony, and prosperity. And now you can enjoy the Karam dance. You can join the community dance in
सरगुजा नाचे हाय रे सरगुजा नाचे अलथी का लथी मांदर बाजे आए रे सरगुजा नाचे अलथी का लथी मांदर बाजे आए रे सरगुजा नाचे कौन गांव के गरम डार कहाँ गरमा दरिया
Thank you, friends. Now handing back the panel to Sonia.
Yeah.
Ready. Can I?
Yes. Yes,
Go
Sonia.
ahead. Go ahead, Sonia.
Thank you, Nicolas. Good evening, India, and good evening, good day, Mexico. My name is Sonia. I'm Sonia De Otto from the Ora War Mandala extension program in Mexico of Gujarat Vidyapith, the university founded by Mahatma Gandhi in 1920. Before starting the second part of the program, we would like to dedicate 1 minute of silence to Oscar Eiraud Adams, an indigenous Kumai brother, a water protector who was struggling for his community in Tecate, Mexico, who has been killed on the past 24th September evening. One more defender of Mother Earth killed in Mexico and in the planet. I will translate in Spanish before starting the silence. Buenas noches, India. Buenos días, México. Mi nombre es Sonia De Otto, de Ora War Mandala, programa de extensión en México de la Gujarat Vidyapith, universidad fundada por Mahatma Gandhi en 1920. Antes de empezar esta segunda parte del programa, queremos dedicar 1 minuto de silencio a Oscar Eiraud Adams, un hermano indígena Kumiai, un activista defensor del agua para su comunidad en Tecate, Baja California, México, y quien fue asesinado el pasado 24 de septiembre por la noche. Es uno de los defensores indígenas del medio ambiente asesinados en México y les dedicamos 1 minuto de silencio. We would like to thank the Jai Jagat family for this wonderful experiment, this alliance with our brothers and sisters of the indigenous people of India, the Adivasis, and the people of Mexico. So 2 ancient civilizations at the service of peace and non-violence in the planet. We also would like to thank our colleague Nicolas Barla for his commitment in uniting people of this world that live at the opposite sides, geographical sides of the planet, Jai Jagat. Thank you also to our beloved Jill and Rajaji, our speakers, our musicians, and to this, the speakers of this, the whole panel, the whole webinar, Indian and Mexico, the translators. Zaira Lopez Perez will be our translator in this section, but we would like to thank our previous translators, Esmeralda Brin and Carla Gorosabe, as well as Javier Ortiz and Anaid Linares for their great help. Thank you also to the all people who are connected in this moment. It is important to note that the participants from Mexico in this webinar are a delegation to represent the indigenous people from the Assembly of Peoples, Neighborhoods, and Communities of the region of Tijuana, San Diego, Mexicali, Calexico, conformed by citizens of two sensitive US-Mexico borders that are daily facing a humanitarian crisis provoked by the migration phenomena, a crisis that has been intensified by the COVID-19 pandemic. The Assembly is a proposal to counteract the structural violence through unity in diversity within these two frontiers at the distance of 100 miles, so that the education based on nonviolence can transform this reality from inside and the bottom up. Indigenous peoples at the border, as well different indigenous communities of the countries, activists and people committed to their culture and to the culture of peace in this earth are advisors of this assembly. We know that also during these times of coronavirus pandemic, factual powers are operating so that predatory neoliberal projects impose themselves over people and everywhere. We know that we have much to learn from indigenous peoples because they have always defended their lands, and today, as never before, they are an example of this pursuit of truth or satyagraha, so that life may prevail in this planet. Now I will ask to my colleague, Guadalupe Duarte Espinosa, to go ahead with the session in Spanish.
Buenos días, saludos a todas y todos. Mi nombre es Guadalupe Duarte Espinosa, de Ora World Mandala, programa de extensión en la India de la Gujarat Vidyapith, universidad fundada por Mahatma Gandhi en 1920. Queremos agradecer a la familia Jai Jagat para este hermoso experimento, esta alianza con nuestros hermanos y hermanas de los pueblos originarios de la India, dos antiguas civilizaciones hoy a servicio de la paz y de la no violencia en el mundo. También queremos agradecer a nuestro colega Nicolás Barla para su compromiso con este propósito de unidad entre pueblos hermanos ubicados en los opuestos geográficos del mundo, para que la victoria sea del planeta. Gracias también a nuestros queridos Jill y Rajaji, a las y los músicos, a Sara López Pérez, a Zaira López Pérez para apoyarnos en la traducción, así como las traductoras que apoyan en la primera parte, Carla Gorosabe y Esmeralda Brin, así como Javier Ortiz y Anaíd Linares para su importante ayuda. También quiero agradecer a todas y a todos los que están conectados en este momento. Consideramos importante compartirles que los participantes de la parte mexicana de este webinar son una delegación de la Asamblea de Pueblos, Barrios y Comunidades de la región Tijuana, San Diego, Mexicali, Calexico, conformada por ciudadanos y ciudadanas de dos fronteras extremadamente sensibles que están enfrentando diario la crisis humanitaria provocada por el fenómeno de la migración, hoy más acentuada por las dimensiones globales de incertidumbre que estamos viviendo con la pandemia COVID-19. La Asamblea es una propuesta para contrarrestar la violencia estructural mediante la unidad en la diversidad de dos fronteras a 100 millas de distancia para que la educación a la no violencia pueda transformar la realidad desde adentro y desde abajo. Pueblos originarios de la frontera, así como de diferentes comunidades indígenas del país, son consejeros de esta asamblea, luchadores sociales, personas comprometidas con su cultura y con la cultura de paz en esta tierra. Sabemos que en estos tiempos los poderes fácticos están operando para que los proyectos depredadores neoliberales se impongan sobre los pueblos. Sabemos también que tenemos mucho que hacer desde los pueblos originarios, porque siempre han defendido sus tierras y ahora en este tiempo de crisis planetaria son un ejemplo de insistencia en la verdad o satyagra para que la vida prevalezca en este planeta. Vamos a ¿sí?
Thank you, Guadalupe. Now we have the honor to introduce a spiritual and powerful singer who keeps her community's heritage alive. She is Delfina Albañez Arballo, a traditional singer, dancer, and pipe Baja California, Mexico. Because the border divided it in Arizona, the same community is called Hualapai Yavasupai. She writes and recites poems while striving for the rescue of their tongue. Singing coach to the Pai Pai children and youth, she has participated in numerous cultural events in Mexico and the United States. She has got the National Youth Awards from Bellas Artes, Fine Arts in 2006. She has protested because her community has been relegated in different forms, mostly economically relegated. The invasion of their lands and sacred places has put in danger the tribe, the Pai Pai tribe, for a possible extinction. Guadalupe, adelante, por favor.
Sí, en este momento tendremos el honor de presentar a una mujer que inunda de canto la vida. Ella es representante de un pueblo que tiene la fuerza de abrirse paso hacia nuevas generaciones. Su nombre es Delfina Albañez Arballo. Es cantora y danzante tradicional y gestora en la comunidad Pai Pai, Santa Catarina, Baja California, México. En Arizona se llaman Hualapai Yavasupai. Son el mismo pueblo, pero la frontera los dividió. Escribe y cuenta poemas, impulsando el rescate de la lengua. Es maestra de canto con jóvenes y niños Pai Pai. Participó en numerosos eventos culturales en México y Estados Unidos. Es Premio Nacional de Juventud 2006 en Bellas Artes. Ha llevado la voz al manifestar que su comunidad es relegada en diversas formas, principalmente la económica, la invasión de su tierra y sitios sagrados, hasta el peligro de ser un pueblo declarado en extinción. Delfina, adelante, por favor. Estamos honradas y honrados por esta ceremonia. Tienes 2 minutos para tu mensaje y 2 minutos para la traducción y de seguida la ceremonia, 8 minutos.
Pero se quedó en pausa.
Sí.
Dile, Melissa, que lo prendo. Mana, estoy conectada. No, estoy desactivada. Mira.
¿Estás conectada, Delfina?
Sí. Ya estoy conectada, ¿me escuchan?
Sí, te estamos viendo y te escuchamos.
¿Me escuchan?
Sí.
Auca, Camiuli, Neshi Murrijas, Puipain, Pai Pai. Yemula, Delfina Albañez. Les saludo desde la comunidad Pai Pai, Santa Catarina. Somos un pueblo que vive en las montañas de Baja California, México. Somos nativos. Mi lengua es el Pai Pai y estamos aquí para presentarles una bendición para que el evento, todo lo que vamos a hacer salga con bien, con mucha paz y armonía. Voy a cantar unos cantos. Awi kum tupi, awi rimon komia. Awi kum tupi, awi rimoni. Awi kum tupi, awi rimoni. Awi kum tupi komia. Awi vinati, awi rimon komia. Awi vinati, awi primotomia. Awi vinati, awi primol. Awi vinati, awi primol. Awi vinatomia. Imata sukoli, imatimol homia. Imata tukoli, imatimo omia. Imata tukoli, imakimoli. Imata tukoli, imakimoli. Imata tukolomia. Ha, ha, ha. Unyutaba tumi, unyutaba tumi, unyutaba tumi, unyutaba tumi, unyutaba tumi, unyutaba tumi. Unyutaba amili kuyo yo wia. Unyutaba amili kuyo yo wia. Unyutaba tumi. Unyutaba tumi, unyutaba tumi, unyutaba tumi, unyutaba tumi, unyutaba tumi, unyutaba amili kuyo yo wia, unyutaba amili kuyo yo wia, unyutaba tumi, unyutaba tumi. Unyutaba tumi. Ha, ha, ha. Esto fue una bendición de parte del pueblo Pai Pai para que todos los participantes y todas las personas que nos escuchen, que nos miren, estén en paz y que todo fluya en armonía. Nosotros somos un pueblo que vive en las montañas de Baja California. Tenemos miles de años viviendo aquí desde nuestros antepasados. Estamos luchando por conservar nuestras tradiciones, nuestro territorio, nuestra lengua. Somos un poco más de 900 habitantes en nuestra comunidad y no salimos de aquí, estamos cuidando todo lo que nos han dejado. Estamos en paz, estamos luchando por todo lo que tenemos. No tenemos todo, pero por lo que tenemos estamos a gusto.
Muchas gracias. Delfina, no sé si Zaira podrá traducir para nuestros hermanas y hermanos de la India.
Yes, good morning to all. My name is Zaira and I'm going to be the translator this time. Okay, well, Delfina Albañez, she represents the community of Pa y Pai in Mexico in a state called Baja California. The song that she just sang, it's a blessing for all of us that we're connected, that we're online. And well, she talks that this song tried to give us peace and harmony. And also she's saying that her community has about 900 inhabitants, and they take care of all what they have, and they are also, well, she was saying that they don't have much, right? But she's also mentioning that what they have, they're fighting for them, for their lands, for all that they have, and for preserving all what they have. That will be it, Sonia.
Muchas gracias, Zaira. Muchísimas gracias, Delfina, por tu bendición, por esta hermosa ceremonia. Muchísimas gracias. Nos está transmitiendo mucha fuerza para ir adelante con todo este proceso que estamos desarrollando. Now we will introduce a very dear co-worker of the nonviolent movement, a constructive worker who is dedicating her life to the Sarvodaya, the upliftment of all in her community, as well as in others. In Nahuatl language, they say instead of Sarvodaya Yek Nemilis, that is basically the same, that has basically the same meaning. So Paulina Garrido, un momento, Paulina Garrido Bonilla is the president of the cooperative union Tosepan-Titatanisque, in Nahuatl language, United We Will Win, a 42 years old organization that is integrated by 9 cooperatives of different activities, 3 civil society organizations. In total, they conglomerate 41,000 families, and the 86% of the family are Nahuatl and Totonacu, another indigenous community. She began as community organizer, and now she's the first woman president of the cooperative union. She studied accounting with a specialty in microfinance in the University of Mondragon, Spain. She has worked in some cooperative projects from Ecuador and Germany. She faces the challenge of representing this important organization that works for Sarvodaya, the upliftment of all for the present and future generations. Ahora le cedo la palabra a Guadalupe. Gracias, Guadalupe.
Sí, ahora continuaremos con la siguiente panelista, también una mujer de sangre y cultura indígena, donde sus comunidades son un ejemplo de unión y fuerza en acción para una vida. Yekmenix Gilles es en náhuatl su idioma materno. Nos complace presentar a la compañera Paulina Garrido Bonilla. Paulina es presidenta de la Unión de Cooperativas Tosepan, organización con 42 años que integra 9 cooperativas de diversas actividades, 3 asociaciones civiles que agrupa a 41,000 familias, donde el 86% pertenecen a los grupos originarios náhuatl y totonacos. Inició como promotora comunitaria y ahora es presidenta del comité de la cooperativa. Cabe resaltar que es la primera mujer en ocupar este cargo. Estudió contaduría pública con especialidad en el área microfinanzas en la Universidad de Mondragón, España. Ha realizado algunas pasantías en cooperativas de Ecuador y en Alemania. Con este cúmulo de experiencias tiene el reto de presentar esta gran organización para seguir avanzando en la construcción de un proyecto de vida buena con el compromiso de trabajar para las siguientes generaciones. Paulina, adelante, tienes 7 minutos, enseguida de la traducción con Zaira.
Gracias. Tasokamatik miak, senetas palolis, de Nicanto Cholar, Cuesanan, Semenillolpakin antech. Muy buenos días a todas y a todos los participantes, panelistas y quienes nos están escuchando pues en este espacio. Es un gusto para mí estar aquí compartiendo un poquito de las grandes cosas que podemos impulsar pues en defensa de nuestra lucha, en defensa de nuestro territorio, pero sobre todo pues de nuestra cultura, para seguir fortaleciendo nuestra cultura, nuestra forma de vida. Me complace hoy poder aquí coincidir con hermanos y hermanas de otros países. Y bueno, quisiera iniciar comentándoles que nosotros estamos ubicados en la Sierra Nororiental de Puebla, México. Justo estamos trabajando en 34 municipios en 2 estados de Puebla y Veracruz. y justo pues casi un poquito más del 80% somos nahuablantes, somos de pueblos originarios, de nahuas y tonacús. Y entonces aquí algo que nos ha caracterizado, representamos a esta unión de cooperativas que aglomeran y 3 asociaciones civiles, pero algo que quiero resaltar aquí, que todas estas cooperativas fueron surgiendo a raíz de las necesidades que van surgiendo en las regiones, en las comunidades indígenas. Y algo que siempre se ha respetado y cuidado muchísimo tiene que ver con la forma de vida maséhual. Nuestra forma de vida maséhual tiene que ver mucho, está muy ligada con nuestra cosmovisión, desde esta espiritualidad, desde nosotros, desde como masehualme, como nahuas, cómo vivimos, cómo nosotros nos relacionamos con el entorno, con la naturaleza, con nuestra cultura, y obviamente cuando hablamos de cultura, pues hablamos de la lengua, hablamos también de la relación con la madre tierra, hablamos también la relación con el agua, la relación, pues sobre todo lo importante, que nosotros convivimos en comunidad. Y algo que yo quiero resaltar muchísimo para los masehualme, para nosotros el territorio es un todo, es un espacio en donde estamos comúnmente en relación. Aquí no hay una separación, naturaleza con las personas, porque nosotros nos encontramos implícitos dentro de. Esto nos lleva a que tengamos que seguir buscando, seguir fortaleciendo y reforzando mucho esta forma de vida que nosotros tenemos y que la sigamos conservando. Para un agua, la relación con la tierra tiene que ver desde cómo sembramos la tierra, cómo le vamos a pedir permiso a la madre tierra para sembrar ese espacio que nos provea, cómo le vamos a pedir perdón, ¿sí? Saber cuando sembramos la milpa, los colores de los maíces, qué es lo que significa, ¿sí? Entonces, ese es para citar algún ejemplo. Nosotros, para sembrar la milpa, son diferentes colores, el blanco, el amarillo, el rojo que sí, que para nosotros los masehual significa mucho fortaleza, significa mucho la defensa, significa mucho también la unidad como el abrigo. Entonces, para nosotros tiene que ver muchísimo con este entender y por eso nosotros creemos y queremos seguir fomentando y queremos seguir fortaleciendo desde la parte que nos corresponde a nosotros trabajar desde esta unión de cooperativas. Esto nos lleva a que el Talocan, es el nombre náhuatl que recibe la tierra. Talocan Tata, Talocan Nana, nuestra madre tierra y nuestro padre también tierra. Para nosotros representa 2 sexos, no es hombre, no es mujer, para nosotros son los 2 y yo creo que eso también nos ha llevado a que sigamos caminando en unión y dándole el valor importante tanto el hombre y la mujer y en el trabajo colectivo que lo hacemos en comunidad. Siempre es pensado desde este entender maséhual de que el trabajo es entre ambos. Entonces, eso es algo que se viene impulsando. ¿Y por qué lo comento esto? Pues porque a raíz de que nosotros nos enteramos justo en el 2012 que nuestro territorio se encontraba amenazado contra proyectos mineros, hidroeléctricos, petroleros, y estuvimos a punto de ser despojados porque las grandes empresas transnacionales estaban a punto de venir a trabajar porque estaban a punto de obtener las concesiones. Entonces, a raíz de toda esta organización que se trae en las comunidades, en los municipios, se logra un movimiento muy importante que nosotros le hemos llamado asambleas de defensa de territorio. Estas asambleas son masivas y se empezaron a realizar desde el año 2012 para acá. Ahora llevamos 31 asambleas que se están realizando en diferentes municipios con el fin de dar a conocer, de informar de este tipo de proyectos. Y comentarles que iniciamos alrededor de 300 familias, 300 participantes. Hemos logrado aglomerar a 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 gentes, familias en estas asambleas con el afán de unirnos en esta lucha activa, pero muy pacífica, no violenta, ¿sí? Cómo generar esta defensa con el corazón, con el sentimiento, con el amor. Entonces, ese es algo que yo quiero compartir con todos mis hermanos, mis hermanas desde esta lucha. Los guardianes del territorio. ¿Cuáles son los guardianes? Un consejo Masehual Altepetapiani, que ellos son los que representan, eso es lo que significa guardianes de la lengua, un consejo que representa legalmente a toda esta multitud, esta asamblea masiva del pueblo Masehual. Y bueno, pues se ha logrado hasta la fecha, pues nosotros creemos que avances tan importantes, porque no se ha logrado hasta ahora, pues que los trabajos se realicen por parte de estas grandes empresas. Entonces creemos que se han obtenido logros, más de 10 declaratorias en todos los municipios de la Sierra Nororiental de Puebla. Se ha logrado también, sobre todo, pues que a través de un instrumento legal que es el ordenamiento territorial, nosotros le llamamos de Cuetzalan, justo en donde estamos situados, un instrumento legal que fue elaborado por la participación de la gente. Con esto yo quiero cerrar mi participación dando estos datos tan importantes que tiene que ver del trabajo que se ha hecho con el pueblo Masehual de Cuetzalan, Puebla. Muchísimas gracias.
Adelante, Zaira. Muchas gracias, Paulina. Zaira, adelante.
No te escuchamos, Zaira.
Sorry, I had my mic off, sorry. Okay, well, in a briefly way, I will talk about what Paulina Garrido have just mentioned about her community, the Masehualmes people in the central Mexico, in a state called Puebla. Yes, and she will talk about we're going to talk about all the situation there and all the achievements they've had. Okay, well, first of all, she mentioned good morning to all. It is a pleasure for her to be sharing the great things that we can promote in defense of our struggle and culture. Yeah, we're located in the Sierra of Puebla. We represent these cooperatives, this indigenous community, which are the defenders of all the needs in this region. She mentions that the Masehuat is a way of life and how they relate their culture, the language, and how they have this relationship with Mother Earth, yeah, with the water, yeah, and that Mother Earth for them it's a truly relationship between nature and people, yes, and because for example they make a bow to Mother Earth. For example, they ask to Mother Earth a permission when they are going to harvest. Yes, and also, well, that's an example. She was also mentioning that they're very into Mother Earth's benevolent way of life, because, for example, the colors for them, they have a special meaning. They have the white color, the yellow color, the red color. Yes, and for example, the red color is very important for them because she mentions that it gives them a strength. It means how they defend. It means red color means uniting. Yeah, it means it also, the most important thing is that they see the red color as a shelter for them. Yes. Also, they were saying that Mother Earth, they call it Tulucuan Tata and Tulucuan Nana. For them, there's not only, nature is not only Mother Earth. They don't see them only as Mother Earth, but also as Father Earth. Yes, because they think that the work they do together with nature is achieved together. So that's why it's very important, and they have these names for this, yeah, because it represents both genders at the end, and the value of men and women. Yeah. Also, she was mentioning that they have been working hard since 2012, yes, in order to defend their lands, in order to defend and to proclaim their needs. And she mentions that they have created 31 assemblies, right, in different locations in Puebla. Yeah, and these assemblies are founded to inform all the community about the projects that they're fighting for. And they have gathered in these assemblies between 7,000 and 10,000 people, yeah, in different locations, yeah, in a non-violent way. Yeah, very important to mention this. And the most important thing that they do, and they gather together with their head, with their heart. Also, this has made possible the constitution of the Guardians. Yeah, the Guardians are the language representatives of the Masewal people. Yeah, and well, they have been working a lot in many important breakthroughs and achievements with the constitution of more than 10 declarations. Also, they have achieved a legal instrument and
un poquito de tiempo, Zaira, ¿sí?
Okay, and well, this is what the Nahuatl, the Masewalmans people in Mexico have been worked through. And I will, that's it. That's it.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, Zaira, para la traducción, y muchas gracias, Paulina, para tus poderosas palabras. It is very important to know about this movement. It is one of the most important anti-mining movements for the defense of the earth, the movement of Quetzalan. 31st Assemblies makes a lot of work. Now we will introduce the next speaker, who comes from a legendary tribe, the Yaqui people, who could defend also their territory all along history. Thomas Rojo Valencia was born in Potam, Rio Yaqui, Sonora. He studied agronomics with a specialty in edafology at the Autonomous University of Sinaloa. He participated in national and international summits for the integral use of water and soils. He has played traditional and emblematic roles in the Yoreme troop. He did his traditional community service as lieutenant, governor, and second governor of ICAM, Sonora. He is an advisor, Zapatistas, for San Andres Accord. Sonora, Thomas is an intellectual, strategic, and operative leader in the well-known struggle for water from 2010 till today. Currently, he is the technical advisor of the traditional authorities of the Yaqui tribe. Adelante, Guadalupe. Gracias.
Sí. Nuestro siguiente invitado viene de la legendaria tribu, la tribu Yaqui, una historia con mucho valor y con líderes tradicionales capaces de conducir a su pueblo a través del tiempo hasta hoy, como lo es, pues, Tomás Rojo Valencia. Nació en Potan, Río Yaqui, Sonora. Estudió ingeniería agronómica con especialidad en edafología en la Universidad Autónoma de Sinaloa. Participó en congresos nacionales e internacionales sobre el uso integral del agua y la ciencia del suelo. Ha desempeñado cargos tradicionales de emblemática trascendencia en la tropa Yoreme. Realizó su servicio tradicional comunitario como gobernador teniente y gobernador segundo del pueblo de Bicam. Asesor del EZLN en la mesa de negociación en San Andrés La Raiza. Tomás es líder intelectual, estratégico y operativo en la lucha por el agua desde el 2010 hasta hoy. Actualmente es asesor técnico de las autoridades tradicionales de la tribu Yaqui. Adelante, Tomás, tienes 7 minutos y seguida la traducción, otros 7 minutos.
Muy buenos días a todos y todas.
¿No te escuchamos, Tomás?
Buenos días a todas y todos. Me sale una leyenda que no puede ir su video. Era a India, a la embajada de la India y a todos los hermanos los originarios de la oportunidad de tener
Tomás, escuchamos a intermitencia. No sé si podemos todos quitar el video, a ver si esto puede ayudar a Tomás.
Y también, si Tomás puede poner el video, por favor, de su imagen.
Sí, yo quisiera empezar agradeciendo a todos los que están aquí participando y en este ciclo de diálogo por el Día Mundial de la Paz y en estos temas muy necesarios y muy importantes en la vida del ser humano, que es la paz y la no violencia. Agradecer también al país, la India, a la embajada India, a los pueblos originarios de India, por darnos la oportunidad de cambiar vidas y aumentar el diálogo y profundizar en ello. Y tocado en el estado de Sonora.
Tomás, no te escuchamos, no logramos escucharte. No sé si podrás escribir en chat el mensaje, lo que estás dando como mensaje, para que así después Zaira lo pueda traducir, porque se escucha muy intermitente.
Yo lo escucho perfectamente. Es un tema mío, yo creo, de mi equipo. No sé qué otra alternativa me den, porque pues, yo tengo algo, tenía algo preparado para esta plática, pero creo que me voy a tardar más en escribir el chat.
Ok, Tomás, si quieres
ahorita... Era muy importante.
Ajá. Ahorita sí, ahorita escucho. Ajá. Ahorita se escucha. No sé si Zaira puede escuchar para traducir después.
Ahorita lo que justo que acaba de decir sí puedo escucharlo, pero
Ok.
lo anterior, pues bueno, solo eran saludos y agradecimientos. Igual puede continuar a partir de aquí y
Muy
ya en
bien.
caso de que no escuche, pues les informo.
De acuerdo. ¿Me escucha? Sí, decíamos que ya aquí está localizado en la parte del país.
Tomás, una disculpa,
una
pero
parte
solo
de la Sierra del Bacate, extensión.
No se está escuchando claro, hay mucho silencio. Por ejemplo, ahorita solo escuché de la tribu ya que está localizada, pero ya no escuché más porque hubo interferencia.
Pues qué raro, yo lo escucho bien, yo, porque, pues, no quisiera más, yo sé que está muy medido la participación de cada uno. A mí sí es una lástima no poder comunicarme con ustedes y lo lamento de veras.
Tomás, yo te hago una propuesta. Si puedes llamar a Zaira, te doy su número de teléfono en este momento para que así ella vaya frase por frase traduciendo desde el teléfono. ¿Lo ves posible?
Sí, seguro que.
Ok, entonces, Zaira, ¿por qué no llamas a Tomás? Te voy a enviar su número de teléfono de inmediato. I'm just going to send to Zaira the number of Tomás, so maybe Tomás can talk and Zaira can translate, because in the areas where there is Tomás, there is just a few connections, and I think that this could be a solution.
Sounds good.
Okay, is there? If you can call him, Zaira.
Yes, I'm calling him. I'm going to call him right now. So I'm going to listen to his participation and then I'll translate to you all, okay?
Okay, if you can put also the, si puedes por favor poner
Excelente. Ok, muy bien. Entonces,
gracias.
Let me try.
Gracias.
Ok, muy bien.
Buenos días, Zaira.
Buen día, Tomás. Buen día. Mire, ya estamos aquí. ¿Nos escuchan?
Sí.
Ok, perfecto. Pues.
Decía que donde estamos localizados nosotros para poder agilizar y aprovechar el tiempo al máximo. Yo sí quisiera decir que pues el pueblo yaqui, como la mayoría de los pueblos originarios, sus raíces vienen de una armonía social, ¿no? Desde el seno de la familia, como elemento y célula fundamental del pilar social de nuestro pueblo. Nosotros ancestralmente nos relacionamos muy estrechamente con la naturaleza. El decir armonía creo yo que es decir ya un elemento fundamental de la existencia pacífica, ¿no? Nuestras relaciones permitido nuestra existencia porque nos habitualla de todos los necesarios para la existencia como pueblo, como sociedad, como familia y como individuo, ¿no? Nuestras estructuras y nuestras instituciones tradicionales están diseñadas ancestralmente para la convivencia pacífica y la armonía de nuestra sociedad hacia el interior y hacia el exterior. Creo yo que nuestra fuerza ahorita está dirigida en fortalecer esas instituciones, nuestro gobierno, nuestras estructuras tradicionales, religiosas, culturales. Creo yo que eso nos puede dar la existencia pacífica hacia el futuro. Pues en estas condiciones de alta violencia e inestabilidad que se generan en la mayoría de las sociedades modernas. Nuestro pueblo actualmente estamos en defensa de nuestro territorio y el agua, porque nosotros tenemos territorio por decreto presidencial, reconocido por el general Lázaro Cárdenas, que son 485,000 hectáreas. Tenemos 60 kilómetros de litoral también reconocido mediante decreto presidencial. Creo que tenemos todos los recursos naturales para la autosuficiencia, porque sin autosuficiencia económica no hay autonomía ni autodeterminación. Yo que bajo las condiciones actuales, donde hay un desarrollo o una modernidad sin ética y donde una economía sin piedad que abate a los países, una economía altamente especulativa que tiene asfixiado a los países con las deudas externas, y que eso viene prácticamente a impedir la libre determinación de los países, y con ello también afecta fuertemente la autonomía de los pueblos originarios, ¿no? Yo quisiera finalizar esto y reiterarles han estado impulsando estos diálogos, porque pudiéramos decir que en estos tiempos la paz y no la no violencia es una utopía, pero creo yo que no es cierto. Eso es realizable, y lo más real de esto es que hay testimonios históricos de donde el propio Mahatma Gandhi logró la independencia de un país a través de la lucha pacífica y la no violencia. Creo que es una ruta y un camino bien definido. Quisiera parafrasear a los panelistas de hace una semana, donde decía que la paz es un estado mental. La paz por tanto, es una disciplina, es una reflexión permanente hacia las buenas relaciones y el respeto ante todo. Muchísimas gracias.
Ok, muy bien, gracias, Tomás.
Gracias a ustedes. Mil disculpas.
No. Okay, Sonia, I have ended the call right now, so I'm going to mention in a briefly way as what he can mention. Yes. Well, first of all, he said good morning to all. He's thanking in first place the Jait Jagat, for this collaboration and this opportunity. Yes, and he's mentioning that in this international dialogue of peace and nonviolence, that all has to do with the social harmony, and that the Yaqui tribe, which he represents, its roots are based in harmony, because they consider this as a fundamental element of peaceful existence. And he mentions that the close relationship with nature has allowed them to exist as a society, as an individual. And also, he mentions that for a peaceful coexistence in both ways, the interior and exterior ways, we must strengthen our culture and religion, right? He mentions also that the peaceful existence of these, under these conditions of violence that we have in these days, only by nonviolent behaviors we can defeat this global situation that we have in all the countries. He also mentions that their main struggle, or that they have in the Yaqui tribe, is that they are struggling for their territory and for their water. Also, he mentions that they have a 480,000 acres of territory notified by the presidential decree, and all the natural resources needed for a self-sufficient existence and autonomy in their tribe, and also that helps them to have self-determination. Yes, it's also, well, he also mentions that nowadays we have the economies and the economy situation that's very speculative for all the countries, well, most of the countries, and the foreign debt also determines the situation of the native countries, and I mean of the native people and the countries themselves, right? And well, finally, he wants to mention that he has a great admiration to all of you that have promoted these projects, like this webinar that we're doing today. And well, at the end, he mentions that nonviolence, it's an utopia, yes. And well, he mentions that as Gandhi did in his times, with a peaceful struggle and non-violence, that's the only way. That's the only way we can. That's the only way that we can face the actual situation of a lot of violence that we are having here in Mexico and in the worldwide, and in a worldwide, right? He also mentions that in the last webinar, he heard that peace, it's a state of mind, that it's a discipline, and also a permanent reflection of the good relationships and respect for everything. So respect here is something that we have to have in mind always. And that will be it. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Zaira. Muchas gracias, Tomás, por tu hermosa intervención. Yoreme means the people who knows respect. So ahora, and now we will introduce a brother who comes from a place of ancestral knowledge considered among the most preserved in the planet. Gabriel Pacheco Salvador, together with the elders of his community, has opened also the doors to the Gandhian movement in Mexico. So I will spend some words on Gabriel. Gabriel was born in Ratsizarie, Nayarit, Mexico. He studied Hispanic literature and a master in applied linguistics in the University of Guadalajara, Mexico. He has published more than 9 literary works, from which Tatey, Yurienaka, and other Huichol stories translated to French, among others. He is a founding member of Indigenous Tongue Writers Associations. He won the prestigious Nezahualcóyotl Literature Indigenous Languages Award. He coordinated the International Summit for Writers of Indigenous Languages, Voces de Culturas Vivas, in the International Book Fair of Guadalajara. He won the Mercurio Prize Voz del Norte. He received the recognition Presea al Mérito Académico Enrique Díaz de León. He is currently the president of the very well-known Indigenous Literature Award, PLIA. In 2020, he became coordinator for the Mahatma Gandhi Chair, created in the University of Guadalajara. Guadalupe, adelante, por favor.
Sí, muy bien. Desde un lugar de sabiduría ancestral que representa una de las culturas más preservadas de nuestro planeta, llega el hermano Gabriel, un compañero que junto con los señores abuelos de su comunidad ha abierto las puertas al movimiento gandiano en México. Gabriel Pacheco Salvador nació en Ratsizarie, Nayarit. Estudió letras hispánicas y maestría en lingüística aplicada en la Universidad de Guadalajara, México. Escribió más de 9 obras literarias, destacando Tatey, Yurie, Naka y otros cuentos huicholes, traducida al francés, entre otras publicaciones. Es miembro fundador de Escritores de Lenguas Indígenas AC, Premio Nezahualcóyotl de Literatura de Lenguas Indígenas, coordinó el Encuentro Internacional de los Escritores en Lenguas Indígenas, Voces de Culturas Vivas en la Feria Internacional del Libro de Guadalajara. Obtuvo el premio Mercurio Voz del Norte, recibió el reconocimiento Presea al Mérito Académico Enrique Díaz de León. Actualmente es presidente del máximo galardón literario, Premio de Literaturas Indígenas de América PLIA, y este año 2020 acaba de ser nombrado coordinador de la cátedra Mahatma Gandhi creada en la Universidad de Guadalajara en 2019. Adelante, Gabriel, tiene 7 minutos, enseguida Zaira.
Kiako United Renetse Reya Renetse Ta Eñe Ay Retaka Uniwane Ne Yarik Ne Paine Ne Birrárica. Un saludo muy fraterno a todos los que nos escuchan y los que nos ven. Por supuesto a todos los panelistas desde mi lengua birrárica. Quiero intervenir con esta participación, haciendo una brevísima, nada más contextualización sobre lo que es el pueblo birrárica. El pueblo birrárica, como ya es muy conocido aquí en México, está asentado en el occidente del país de México, abarcando 4 estados: Jalisco, Nayarit, Durango y Zacatecas. En estos 4 estados está asentado el pueblo birrárica desde hace muchísimos años. O se pudiera decir que en este espacio es donde le han dejado, donde lo dejaron vivir. Porque anteriormente el pueblo birrárica era nómada, se desplazaba para muchos territorios más amplios, que ahorita voy a explicar. La conquista hacia la comunidad birrárica fue realmente tardía. Estamos hablando que más o menos a mediados del siglo XVIII es cuando llega la conquista a este territorio birrárica. De ese tiempo a la fecha se puede decir que todavía se sigue conservando una gran cantidad de lo que viene siendo como la esencia fuerte del pueblo birrárica. Es decir, aunque está la conquista, pero todavía se mantiene de alguna manera esa fortaleza de identidad hacia este pueblo birrárica. Es un son pueblos muy alejados de las ciudades, ha enfrentado múltiples problemas y a pesar de estos problemas sigue manteniendo y sigue preservando la lengua y la cultura. Esos problemas también la estamos viviendo actualmente, incluso con la pandemia que se habla muchísimo ya desde hace varios meses. Bueno, el territorio físico del que quiero hablar, que es de estos 4 estados, abarca más o menos 4,450 kilómetros cuadrados. Estamos hablando de que el pueblo wixárika lo habla más o menos arriba de 50,000 personas. Es un pueblo muy pequeño según la ONU, en riesgo de desaparecer por el número de hablantes que somos. Hay un territorio también, un territorio espiritual, que obviamente eso es imaginario, pero que el pueblo wixárika identifica perfectamente este territorio. No es un territorio que sea palpable, pero que podemos reconocer fácilmente por los 5 lugares sagrados que están en Viricuta, que están en Ahurra Manacá, que está en Rapá Villemeta y que está en Aramara. Es decir, Viricuta, Cerro Gordo, Chapala, San Blas, Nayarit. Y el centro, que es Tecata, es el punto principal de nosotros donde está asentado el pueblo wixárika. Son 5 puntos importantes que conserva muy bien el pueblo wixárika y que estos puntos describen en cierto modo el mundo wixárika y que hacen como la cara, el rostro del wixárika, el rostro de la familia wixárika o del mismo pueblo. Este rostro obviamente se puede representar hace como una especie de rombo, donde en el centro está el pueblo wixárika. Lo quiero ilustrar de esta manera. Traje a propósito este tziquiri. Le llamamos tziquiri. La parte de arriba está Viricuta. Para ustedes, la parte de la derecha está Ahurra Chapala, Rapá Villemeta, Ahurra Manacá, que es un Cerro Gordo, y Aramara, que es en San Blas, y el centro está el pueblo wixárika, aquí en Tecata. Esta es una simbología muy utilizada en el pueblo wixárika. Y gracias a esta simbología es como podemos nosotros reconocer nuestro territorio espiritual. De esta manera nosotros alcanzamos a identificar los puntos sagrados, los más principales, que cobijan este mundo wixárika. Bueno, todo lo que encierra el wixárika, que es el territorio espiritual, supera con mucho el territorio físico del que hablaba antes, o sea, más allá de los 4,000 kilómetros. Estamos hablando aquí, no sé cuántos kilómetros sean realmente en extensión. Hablo desde el mundo wixárika para entender cómo se desarrolla esta armonía con la naturaleza, que es muy ligado a nuestro modo de pensar. Por ejemplo, el que nosotros hagamos alusiones constantes a varios elementos que manejamos dentro de los ritos, dentro de las ceremonias. Hablamos de la jícara, hablamos de la flecha, del fuego, las plumas, de aves divinos, el venado, el águila o el maíz, son elementos indispensables dentro de la visión birrárica. Todos estos elementos obviamente cobran vida divina. El agua se hace diosa de la lluvia, el fuego se hace nuestro abuelo, el venado nuestro hermano mayor, y así muchos elementos. De esta manera, los elementos pues se relacionan con la naturaleza y se vuelve un solo universo. Es en el que estamos asentados y es en la manera de entender nosotros esta relación con la naturaleza y de la que siempre hacemos alusiones constantes en cada una de las ceremonias que tenemos. Los sabios los sabios ancianos llamados maracame son los depositarios de todo este saber milenario a través de la tradición oral. Ellos han sabido mantener esta sabiduría y la han sabido transmitir a otras generaciones, a los hijos, a los nietos, con su canto, con sus rezos, e incluso haciéndolos partícipes en las ceremonias. Es una manera de enseñar de una manera participativa, se puede decir, que el maracame siempre busca que los jóvenes, que los hijos aprendan de ellos. Siempre los hacen partícipe en sus ceremonias. Esto es muy importante porque si no fuera así, simplemente pues las enseñanzas se perderían. Y gracias a estos cantos, a estos rezos que todavía realizan en familia o a nivel comunidad, se puede decir que eso. ¿Perdón?
Tantito porque ya se terminó, por favor, disculpe.
Bueno. Esta visión que estoy describiendo, obviamente, pues es el mundo que estoy tratando de que se entienda y que ese es el modo de entender del pueblo birrárica. Ojalá pues haya quedado. Muchas gracias.
Muy bien, muchas gracias, Gabriel. Felicidades. Zaira.
Okay, thank you. Gabriel Pacheco, he represents the Wirrárica community. Yes, and he's mentioning that his tribe is located in 4 main states in Mexico, that we have Jalisco, Nayarit, Durango, and Zacatecas. And he mentions that, in the past, they used to be nomadic people, but now they have settled in only these 4 states because it's where life have them allowed to live in this place, right, in this space. Also, even though the conquest to their tribe started happened in the 18th century, it's very valuable that even though it happened like 2 centuries ago, the essence of its people, yes, is still preserved because they have this really strong strength of identity. They have these customs and traditions, very capable of them, and also, he mentions that his towns, where their community lives, it's very, very far away from the cities, yeah. But even though all these problems, they have still exist, and even though with the pandemic they are still here. He mentions that their territory, it's about 4,450 square kilometers. They have 50,000 people talking Wirarica, yeah, according to the United Nations. Well, this is not a tribe of danger extinction due to the number of people, right? And well, he mentions that mainly their tribe, their community is based in 5 holy places, yeah. So we have Wirikuta, Cerro Gordo, Chapala, San Blas, Nayarit, and well, the main of all this is Tecata, yes, and where they have this connection, and it's also not only a physical territory, but also a spiritual territory, and that all this territory, physical and spiritual, it's the shelter of them, yes. So they also speak, he's also speaking of how, of the relationship that they have with nature and how do they develop. He mentioned that they make allusions and rites, yeah, to birds, to the deer, for example, the eagle, yeah, even the corn, yes, and that these elements come to life with these rites, right? And they are totally related with nature. Also, he mentions at the end that thanks to the ancient people, yes, the ones that know, that have the knowledge, well, that are called Maracame, yes, well, they have still influence in the new generations by songs and prayers and, well, what we call the oral tradition, right? And well, this is the vision of the understanding, yeah, the vision of the world of the understanding by the Wirarica world, the Wirarica community here in Mexico. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Zaira, para la traducción, y muchísimas gracias, Gabriel, para compartir tus pensamientos. Hay siempre mucho que aprender. Now we will invite Martín Lipanapache, who are living in I don't know if you could listen.
Your voice disappeared for a minute, Sonia. Now it's back.
It is okay. It is okay.
Sí, se fue la voz.
You are living.
Ortega Lopez from the Opatas tribe and the Lipanapache, who are living in a territory that has been divided by a border, the US-Mexico border. Martin and these people are struggling for their unity beyond frontiers. Martin was born in the border town of Nogales, Sonora, Mexico. He studied in Tulane University as an engineer in calidad de certificación interna, is a quality certification. Is all integrated systems, among others. He currently studies social anthropology. He is an active member of the Opata tribe. His job consists on field investigations and documentation to reestablish the tongue that has been, the language that has been lost, and to rescue the traditions of his people. He also works as an advisor of the Lipanapache tribe in strengthening relationships among leaders of the different indigenous peoples of Sonora. The work involves organizing multicultural events, national and binational. Among such events is the exhibition of indigenous objects, which was shown in the Museum of Modern Art in Nogales. Guadalupe, adelante, por favor.
Sí, gracias, Sonia. Toca la ocasión mencionar a la tribu Ópata y Lipanapaches de México, asentadas en una región donde una arbitraria línea fronteriza cayó con su trazo dividiendo geográficamente a esta comunidad, donde el compañero que le vamos a presentar ha trabajado intensamente rescatando sus orígenes. Martín Elías Ortega López nació en la ciudad fronteriza de Nogales, Sonora, México, estudió en Tulane University como ingeniero de calidad de certificación interna. Es líder auditor de certificación de calidad en sistemas de certificación integrados. Estudia antropología social. Actualmente es miembro activo de la tribu Ópatas. Su trabajo consiste en investigaciones de campo y documentada para restablecer la lengua que se perdió y rescatar los usos y costumbres de su pueblo. Trabaja como consejero de la tribu Lipan Apache, fomentando las relaciones entre los líderes de los diferentes pueblos originarios en Sonora, organizando eventos multiculturales binacionales, entre los cuales se destaca el montaje de una exhibición de objetos originarios en el Museo de Arte Moderno en Nogales. Tienes 5 minutos, Martín, y ya después sigue la traducción. Adelante, Martín.
Muy bien, buenos días. Mija Martín Ortega, Tamone, Joirawa, Opata, Tamone, Lipan Apache. Hola, muy buenos días, qué gusto saludarlos. Mi nombre es Martín Ortega, soy consejero de la tribu Lipan Apache y miembro del Consejo del Pueblo Ópata. El saludo inicial en mi lengua materna, que estamos trabajando ahorita por rescatarlo. Para hacer breve el tiempo y aprovechar estos minutos que nos quedan, me gustaría celebrar en el equipo querido donde estamos ahorita en este foro internacional y decirle a nuestros hermanos de India, a nuestros hermanos en México, que tenemos muchas más coincidencias de las que yo me imaginé. Seguí con mucho interés la participación de nuestros hermanos de India y realmente tenemos los mismos temas, los mismos tópicos, así que voy a tratar de mezclar, contarles un poquito sobre nosotros, sobre el pueblo ópata, nuestra nación, y ir ligando los temas de lo que ustedes comentaron. Me gustaría empezar por decirle al doctor Vincent que compartimos la misma situación de los nombres, tanto en India como en México, es la misma situación. Para nosotros el nombre era el pueblo. Eso es lo que significa Oirawa, el pueblo. No tenemos nombres más que esos. Aquí en la región todos coincidimos. Yoreme, la gente, Yoeme, la gente, Tohono Otam, la gente del desierto, los Comcac, Osiris, que viven en la costa, la gente del mar. Así nos llamábamos la gente, así que es una maravillosa coincidencia. Y me alegra mucho esta situación. Me alegra mucho poder coincidir tanto con un pueblo tan histórico como el pueblo hindú, como el pueblo de India, debido a que si tenemos tantas coincidencias, va a ser de mucho beneficio estas nuevas relaciones que acabamos de establecer. Y muchísimas gracias a Sonia Diotto, su equipo de trabajo, por ponernos en contacto, porque quiere decir que lo que están haciendo allá en India para salir adelante en cuanto al reconocimiento de sus nombres, lo vamos a poder usar nosotros y ustedes puedan usar lo que nosotros hicimos aquí. Quisiera decirles históricamente que nuestro pueblo está ligado a la violencia, lamentablemente. Los nombres que tenemos, los peyorativos que nos dejaron los colonizadores, los primeros que llegaron a estas tierras, son nombres que tienen que ver con la violencia. Ópata significa gente hostil, o sea, la gente que es hostil, que son peleoneros, que hacen la guerra. Apache viene del prefijo apachu, que significa enemigo por siempre. Y si le seguimos buscando, por ahí vamos a ver que Comanche significa enemigos por siempre. Pero en realidad no es así. En realidad tenemos mucho más en común con ustedes que lo que los españoles y después los mismos mexicanos nos vieron. Tenemos una palabra sagrada que yo quisiera compartirles, porque nosotros para aquí en esta región la palabra Norogua es algo muy importante, porque significa hermandad mucho más allá de lo que se conoce ahorita. Cuando tú tenías un Norogua, tú encontrabas un hermano, había que luchar con él, había que sacar adelante a la familia del Norogua, había que vivir en paz. Por eso coincido mucho, voy a estar rápidamente aquí mencionando con la señora Manyu Dundun, nuestras mujeres heroicas que mantenían nuestras familias en paz, que mantienen nuestro núcleo fundamental, que lo mantienen, porque se dice muy fácil. Ella decía en sus palabras, nosotros nos encargamos de la ropa, nosotros nos encargamos de mantener unido al pueblo. Suena muy fácil, pero mantener unido a una familia es el trabajo más difícil. Entonces, en estos días donde estaba escuchando a Harshit Soka acerca de la inversión que están haciendo para la vivienda, estamos haciendo lo mismo ahorita aquí nosotros, recuperando nuestros terrenos ancestrales, tratando de ser más sustentable en nuestro modo de vivir. Entonces, vamos ya con muchas coincidencias, pero la que me gustó mucho también, el doctor Benjamín Vara, cuando él narraba acerca de la violencia que están viviendo en India por la economía violenta, pues nos retrata directamente a nosotros. Hemos sido expulsados de los territorios por las minerías, hemos sido expulsados de nuestros territorios en un pleito que tenemos ahorita por el agua, nuestro sagrado pueblo hermano Yaqui, donde Tomás es miembro activo, ellos están peleando por el agua. Entonces, tenemos muchas coincidencias y eso es maravilloso, porque en las coincidencias es donde podemos encontrar, vaya, la manera pacífica de transitar por este mundo y ayudarnos mutuamente. Yo creo que ahorita es el tiempo ideal para tender puentes de hermandad entre México e India y usar esta tecnología que tenemos y estos avances que ustedes han hecho y lo que nosotros hemos trabajado aquí para que nuestra gente trascienda, para que nuestros niños puedan heredar estas culturas minerarias y que nos ayude a prevalecer. Me gustaría por último decir algo que yo quisiera que no se malinterpretara. Lo voy a decir con mucho cuidado. Por muchísimo tiempo a los nativos de México se nos dijo que éramos indios. Esa es una palabra que el español usó cuando nos encontraron aquí y nos los hicieron como un peyorativo para insultar. Y cuando nuestros hermanos les llamabas indio, ellos se sentían ofendidos. Después de ver la maravilla en lo que se ha convertido el país de la India y cómo ha hecho progresar a su gente y todo lo que han logrado, es un honor que cualquier persona nos puede decir el día de hoy, eres un indio. Aunque sabemos que somos indígenas, que somos nativos, pero es un honor que nos hayan confundido con un país tan maravilloso como la India y esa maravillosa cultura que ustedes tienen. Creo que estoy en tiempo con mis 7 minutos. Que el Creador me los guarde mucho. Y Guairá Suba, muy cordialmente.
Zaira. Muchas gracias, Martín. Adelante, Zaira.
Okay, sí, bueno, Martín, he represents the Opata community, indigenous community. Yes, and well, he mainly speaks that we have a lot of coincidences and similarities between India and Mexico, more than differences. And since in the morning that he has been online, listening, paying attention to all the conversations that we have been having since the morning, he wants to mention to Dr. Vincent that his community, yes, share the same situation about the recognition of their names, of the tribe name, yes, and so they have a lot of similarities, yes, a lot of coincidences between our peoples, and also, well, he mentions that his community is very, it's most of the times related to or linked to violence. Actually, Hopata in Spanish means hostile people, yeah, or Apache, for example, means enemy forever, right? But the reality is it's not like that, yeah. Actually, they have this word called Noroga that means brotherhood, yeah. And it is about defending whoever is called Noroga until they're safe, until they are completely safe. It sounds very easy, but actually it isn't, right? Because, okay, well, also, he mentions that nowadays keeping a family together is very difficult that it seems easy, right? But it isn't, yeah. And well, they have recovered their ancestral lands, yes. And he mentions that as well as Benjamin Bara, yes, the violent economy is protecting them, and also, well, they have been having a lot of trouble with the mining companies. Also, there is a struggle about water, yeah, because they have taken their water, and they right now have this current battle with government, yes. And well, at the end, Martin is mentioning that it's very interesting, and he feels very happy to start building these brotherhood bridges between India and Mexico, right? Thanks to the use, thanks that we can use this technology, and now that we can have these dialogues and these conversations, yeah. And also, well, at the end, he mentions again that definitely between Mexico and India, we have more coincidences and similar. We have more coincidences than differences. And he mentions a really important thing at the end. He mentions that, for example, here in Mexico for a long time, all indigenous communities have been called Indians, yes, as an insult, yes. But nowadays, Martin mentions that it's an honor, yeah, to be called as Indians, right? Because the value has come up, right? So this is the participation of Martin, and well, let's continue.
Muchas gracias, Zaira. Muchísimas gracias, Martín, para su mensaje. Lo valoramos muchísimo, de verdad. And now we would like to introduce an artist who is very dear to us, an artist dedicated to conscientize people for a world peace with justice. Rubén Albarrán Ortega is a Mexican musician, composer, singer, and music producer. Is a founding member of the rock band Café Tacuba, a renowned band for its avant-garde cultural project. Among the most important recognitions that they have received are the Grammy, the Latin Grammy, and MTV Legend Prize. He's an activist in environmental causes and in the defense of the earth. He has manifested his support for different social causes like the Zapatista movement, the indigenous communities Virarica, Yaqui Tribe, Comca, Seris, as well as Mexicali Resiste, Ayotzinapa, and Water for All movements. He has accompanied Ora War Mandala in actions for peace with justice through nonviolence in the Jai Jagat 2020 campaign. Adelante, por favor, Guadalupe.
Sí, llegó el momento de anunciar a un artista muy querido para nosotros. Su entrega y respaldo a causas justas hacen de él un ser que ha sido capaz de impactar muchas conciencias. Les presentamos a Rubén Albarrán Ortega. Es un músico mexicano, compositor, cantante y productor discográfico. Es integrante y fundador de la banda de rock alternativo Café Tacuba, grupo que es reconocido por su proyecto cultural de vanguardia. Entre los principales premios que han obtenido destacan el Grammy y el Grammy Latino, así como el premio Leyenda MTV por su trayectoria. Es activista de causas medioambientales y defensa del territorio. Ha manifestado su apoyo y acompañamiento a diversas causas sociales como el movimiento zapatista EZLN, Wirrárica, Tribu Yaqui, Mexicali Resiste, Agua para Todos, de Ayotzinapa y contra las mineras, Comca, Seris, entre otros. Nos ha acompañado ahora World Mandala en acciones por una paz con justicia a través de la no violencia y en la campaña Jai Jagat 2020. Adelante, Rubén. Si puedes dar el mensaje en español y ya después seguir en inglés. Gracias. ¿Sí estás, Rubén?
Rubén, no te escuchamos. Audio. Sí. Creo que tu audio está silenciado.
Ria, is he muted?
Todavía no se escucha.
I think he's just exited and he'll come back probably.
Yes, yes, exactly. Sí. He's just back.
No se escucha, Rubén.
We're having a few technical problems, but we're working on this.
¿Me escuchan?
Sí, ahora te escuchamos. Perfecto.
Sí,
Gracias.
ya, ahora sí.
We now can hear him.
Una disculpa a todos, pues quién sabe que las cosas de las computadoras. Bueno, enviando un saludo a todos nuestros hermanos en la India, acá en México. Es para mí un gusto poder compartir con todos ustedes, mandando un buen pensamiento para nuestro hermano Oscar Adams, luchador por el territorio y por el agua, pidiendo que todos nosotros, nuestros hijos, nuestros padres, nuestros abuelos, nuestros nietos, podamos gozar del agua y que podamos regresar pues al pensamiento de la sacralidad del agua. Y bueno, pues me invitaron ahí un poquito a acompañarles con algo de música. Pues voy a tocar pues esta musiquita del Jay Jagat. Me encantaría que me acompañaran a cantarlo ahí desde donde están ustedes. Así que ahí les va. Jai Jagat, Jai Jagat, Jai Jagat pukare ja. Jai Jagat, Jai Jagat, Jai Jagat pukare ja. Victoria, Victoria, Victoria al planeta ya. Victoria, Victoria, Victoria al planeta ya. Una llamada de amor. Que nadie se quede atrás. Que prevalezca la paz. Y nuestro amor sea inmortal. Solo habrá la felicidad si es con toda la humanidad. Solo habrá la felicidad si es con toda la humanidad. Venga. Jai Jagat, Jai Jagat, Jai Jagat pukare ja.
Jai Jagat pukare ja.
Jai Jagat pukare ja.
Jai Jagat, Jai Jagat, Jai Jagat pukare ja.
Victoria, Victoria, Victoria al planeta ya.
Victoria, Victoria, Victoria al planeta ya.
Victoria,
Victoria, Victoria al planeta ya.
llamada de amor.
Una llamada de amor.
Nadie se quede atrás.
Nadie se quede atrás.
La paz.
Que prevalezca la paz.
Que nuestro amor sea
Solo
inmortal.
la felicidad.
Solo real la
Es con toda
felicidad.
la humanidad.
Como toda la
Solo
humanidad.
la felicidad.
Solo es real la felicidad.
Es con toda la humanidad.
Es con toda la humanidad.
Jai Jagat Pukareja, Jai Jagat, Jai Jagat Pukareja, Victorial, Victorial, Victorial planeta ya, Victorial, Victorial, Victorial planeta ya, una llamada de amor,
una llamada
que se quede atrás,
Nadie se quede atrás.
prevalezca la paz, y nuestro amor sea inmortal.
Y nuestro amor sea inmortal.
La felicidad.
Felicidad.
Con toda la humanidad. La felicidad.
Solo es real la felicidad.
La humanidad.
Si es con toda la humanidad.
Jai Jagat Pukareja.
Jai Jagat Pukareja.
Jai Jagat Pukareja.
Jai Jagat Pukareja.
Una llamada de amor.
Una
Nadie se quede atrás.
Que nadie se
quede atrás. Que prevalezca la paz. Y nuestro amor sea inmortal. Solo es real la felicidad. Si es con toda la humanidad. Solo es real la felicidad. Si es con toda la humanidad. Jai Jagat Pukareja.
Bravo, gracias.
Jai Jagat. Nice.
Gracias amigos, gracias. Un gusto compartir con todos ustedes. Un fuerte abrazo y pues seguir caminando en el amor, en la compasión, en la comprensión, en la paz de nuestra mente. Muy difícil trabajo, puesto que la violencia pues es del Estado, es institucional y la estamos recibiendo todo el tiempo, pero pues esta será nuestra tarea y así nos haremos más fuertes. Así que muchas gracias a todos ustedes por sus enseñanzas, todos ustedes maestros, hermanos del camino, agradecido de poder recibir sus enseñanzas. Jai Jagat.
Jai Jagat. English, 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 the message in English.
Okay, well, thanks for this beautiful song. It's lovely. It's a lovely song. And he's sending a huge hug, right? He's sending a huge hug to all this Jai Jagat community. Yes. And he mentions that we have to keep walking with peace in our minds. Yeah. Even though it's a really hard job, because violence comes from the state, it's an institutional thing, right? So, but even though, thanks for your teachings, he really feels very, very grateful, very grateful. Mm-hmm. Excellent song, Jai Jagat Kara. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Ahora le presentamos a nuestro compañero de la India, con el cual se está desarrollando esta reunión de corazones, esta unión de corazones y voluntades entre India y México. Lupita, no sé si quieres presentar a Nicolás.
Sí, claro que sí. Nicolás Barla, de Oraon, tribu Odisha, India, licenciado en comercio, abogado y maestro en administración de empresas. Ha trabajado continuamente con los indígenas en la India, junto con otras sociedades civiles y activistas sociales. Se involucró en el diseño de diferentes leyes y negoció con el gobierno diferentes actas. En 2012 fue uno de los miembros consejeros del Ministerio de Desarrollo Rural, MORT, por sus siglas en inglés, del gobierno de la India, y hasta el 2017, por compromiso de MORT, Fue miembro ejecutivo de la Fundación de Medios de Vida Rurales de la India. En la actualidad continúa trabajando con los grupos tribales en la India. Desde el 2017, secretario de la Oficina de Asuntos Tribales de la Conferencia de Obispos Católicos de la India. En 2018 fue nominado como miembro del Comité Directivo para la Organización del Año Internacional de las Lenguas Indígenas 2019 en la UNESCO de Asia y actualmente es miembro de ad hoc de Decenio Internacional de las Lenguas Indígenas de la UNESCO. Adelante, Sonia. ¿Tu micrófono?
Yes, Nicolas Barla, our colleague from Oraon tribe from Odisha, India. He made his Bachelor of Commerce, a lawyer, and Master in Business Administration, but continuously worked among the Adivasis in India. Together with the other civil society organizations and social activists, he was involving in drafting different laws and negotiating with government different acts. He was one of the advisory members of the Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India in 2012, and executive member in the Bharat Rural Livelihood Foundation till 2017. Now he continues to work among the tribes in India. He is the secretary for Catholic Bishops' Conference of India Office for Tribal Affairs since 2017. In 2018, he was nominated as a steering committee member for organizing International Year of Indigenous Languages 2019 at the UNESCO from Asia. And now ad hoc member for International Decade of Indigenous Languages with UNESCO. Please, Nicolas, share with us your reflection on this India-Mexico alliance. If you can, in 2 minutes, it will be great. Thank you.
So thank you very much. It was a great setting of life of Mexico and India indigenous people. As you know, I am from a forest village. My grandfather used to come and he used to play the drums and he used to sing songs, and it shows the joy and happiness in the villages. So I remember all these things now as we are singing and speaking about all these things. Definitely it was a great initiative for both the countries, I feel. The world is looking forward for climate change, for equality, justice, peace, and harmony. And fortunately or unfortunately, the colonialism brought both positive and negative results in the world. The world, though it has developed in various ways, but it has also created many problems, issues like climate change, environmental problems, hatred, violence, including human rights. The human values are descending day by day. So in the panels, both from India and Mexico, we heard the indigenous people coming from the forest villages, ordinary villages, but would see the intelligence, abilities, and potentiality in the inner drive for peace and harmony, in protection for the human values, for protection of environment in the world. We have heard about bilateral business between the two countries, but this webinar is very important for both the countries between the indigenous people. And this initiative is a symbol or a starting point for the future in the global level. We can propose in the states for Ministry of Peace and Harmony. That's how I am feeling. Yeah. On the other hand, one thing that in our culture, in our life system, we have all the good qualities and which need to be highlighted to others. And on the other side, the non-indigenous communities, they also need to listen to us, to study, to understand, and to see our lives. They need to respect, accept, and recognize and work together with us. I, as individual and indigenous peoples of India, would wish and invite our Mexican indigenous sisters and brothers to join together in collaboration for solution of the present crisis, to protect and promote the human rights, peace and harmony in both locally and globally. And with these thoughts, I sincerely thank you and appreciate you, my dear indigenous and all people in Mexico. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nicolás. Zaira, gracias. Si Zaira,
Sí,
¿puedes
claro.
traducir?
Claro, al inicio Nicolás mencionaba que la presentación que justo acaba de hacer Rubén, le recordaba a su abuelo cuando en su comunidad él tocaba los tambores, sí, y hacía este tipo de cantos, ¿no? Entonces fue como un momento donde lo mandó al pasado, ¿no? A los recuerdos, al corazón. Y bueno, él estaba muy contento, Nicolás menciona que está muy contento de tener este tipo de paneles, de este tipo de webinars entre India y México, ¿sí? Menciona que es muy importante que tanto los ciudadanos indígenas y no indígenas, tanto de los pueblos mexicanos como de los pueblos de la India, ¿sí? Tenemos que aceptar, reconocer, ¿sí? Saber trabajar juntos, unirnos para poder lograr la defensa de nuestros derechos humanos, preservar nuestros valores, ¿sí? Y no nada más entre las dos naciones, sino que sea una cuestión tanto local desde adentro de nuestros pueblos hasta internacionalmente, ¿verdad? Que podamos alzar la voz y nuestros derechos sean respetados. Se siente muy, muy agradecido y agradece a todos por estar aquí y sus participaciones.
Muchas gracias, Zaira. Thank you, Nicholas. Now we will request to Martin to please share your reflections on this alliance between indigenous people, Adivasis of India and Mexico. Martín, si puede también, por favor, dar sus conclusiones, que pudo escuchar todo desde la mañana, entonces sí sería muy importante para nosotras y nosotros. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Sonia. Va a ser muy interesante este trabajo que se nos viene. Va a ser muy interesante para nosotros como pueblos originales de aquí de la región, poder ampliar nuestros horizontes y ver lo que están haciendo ustedes allá con tanta puntualidad y de una forma tan maravillosa como lo que están haciendo en India. Yo creo que va a ser de mucha ventaja aprovechar toda esa experiencia y esos, miles de años que tienen ustedes de cultura y todo lo que están haciendo por el rescate y mantener, sobre todo, no solo rescatar, sino mantener vivas las tradiciones, nos van a servir mucho a nosotros. Desafortunadamente para la región donde me toca vivir a mí, que es el noroeste mexicano, estamos muy pegados a Estados Unidos. De hecho, yo vivo en la frontera con Estados Unidos. Estoy aquí a unas cuadras de la línea fronteriza con Estados Unidos. Y nuestros hijos, nuestros descendientes se confunden mucho con esa parte, porque entonces no le ven mucho valor a lo que hacíamos antes para sobrevivir y lo que nos enriquecía como comunidad, y ahora están pegados a los teléfonos, pegados a las tecnologías, que no estamos diciendo que es malo, eso de ninguna manera puede ser malo, pero sí es bien importante que entiendan cómo otros países, cómo otros pueblos hermanos están esforzándose por mantener todo lo que los ha hecho ser, lo que les ha mantenido esa esencia tan maravillosa. Yo creo que va a ser de mucho beneficio para nosotros. El pueblo apache, tan perseguido, tan difamado, tan mal usado en estos días su nombre, el pueblo ópata que se nos niega el derecho a existir diciendo que somos un pueblo extinto, cuando tenemos los apellidos originales de nuestros abuelos, cuando tenemos evidencias de que somos descendientes, vamos a salir fortalecidos con esto. Definitivamente me encantaron las danzas que presentaron, me encantó la pasión de nuestra hermana que participó, y sobre todo tengo el nombre por aquí apuntado porque se me van los nombres, pero del joven que fue el último que participó con nosotros, no sé si me ayuden ¿verdad? Aquí se los digo rápidamente. Tengo apuntado porque está un poquito difícil, pero bueno, lo importante es que va a ser de mucho beneficio Yo creo que esto va a seguir dándose muy constante. Y yo creo que estos canales que se han establecido el día de hoy van a hacerse muy frecuentes porque tenemos mucho en común. Y tenemos que contarles cómo vivimos en el pasado. Y queremos que sepan cómo éramos, cómo fuimos, qué somos ahorita y qué es lo que estamos proyectando que queremos ser en el futuro. Así que Ankush se llama el nombre del muchacho. Su dinamismo de Ankush nos contagió. Necesitamos Ankush aquí en México. Muchos jóvenes como él. Jóvenes que, sin ser descendientes de algún pueblo nativo, se sientan identificados con nuestras causas y puedan ayudarnos a salir adelante. Creo que ya me pasé tiempo, ¿verdad, Lupita?
Zaira, por favor, si puedes resumir. No tienes el audio conectado, Zaira.
Okay, sorry again. Well, Martin at the end is mentioning that this is going to be a really, really interesting job, yeah, for our native people from India and Mexico, yes, because we have to value the experience that in India you're showing to us, yeah, in order to rescue and keep traditions, yeah, in order of preserving this heritage, this cultural heritage. He's mentioning, well, Martin lives, unfortunately, he lives in the border between the USA and Mexico. And well, this makes that the new generations of his indigenous community are getting kind of confused, you know, by this new way of cell phones and these new customs, you know, like different customs from this other country. And sometimes they get like really confused, but even though, well, these types of communication that we're having, these webinars that we're having today, well, will allow us to keep working hard on maintaining, on telling our new generations how we used to be in the past, how are we now, yeah, and how we have to do in the future, yeah, not forgetting our roots, yeah, where we come from. This is very, very important. Don't forget our history, right? So Martin's mentioning that we hope, yeah, we hope that this type of dialogues between you and us become very often, yeah, become very often and very frequently to have this type of conversation, because we as Mexicans, we have a lot to learn from you guys in India, right? So that's
Gracias,
it.
Zaira.
Thank
Gracias,
you.
Zaira. Now time is flying. Unfortunately, we would like to stay more and more here, but it is not possible. We will depend now from Ria on the timing. The last participant, we have the honor to be together with David Alejandro Rubio, an Ecuadorian lawyer and committed advocate on land and environmental rights. He works in the International Land Coalition's Secretariat as a focal point for indigenous peoples and local communities. David es un abogado ecuatoriano especializado en cuestiones relativas a los derechos a la tierra y al ambiente. Actualmente es el punto focal para pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales en la Secretaría de Coalición Internacional por los Derechos a la Tierra. David, tendrías, si puedes hablar en los dos idiomas, que si sabemos que sí, 5 minutos para dar tus conclusiones finales. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias a todos y muchas gracias por invitarme a esta importante discusión y a invitarme a escuchar todas estas historias maravillosas de solidaridad y de construcción de paz en los pueblos. Voy a compartirles un poco las experiencias que nosotros hemos visto en estos últimos meses, sobre todo que han sido particularmente difíciles para todos, contrastando con lo que he escuchado en esta sesión, todos sabemos que la biodiversidad y los recursos gestionados por las comunidades son fundamentales para prevenir incluso nuevas pandemias y obviamente para garantizar una buena disponibilidad de alimentos, incluso también en estos pueblos difíciles. El problema que nosotros vemos en estos momentos y que tiene que ver con acciones muy violentas es que los planes de recuperación de la pandemia tenemos una aceleración de desalojos y acciones en contra de los defensores de los derechos a la tierra. Nuestros compañeros nos han compartido muchas experiencias de acciones violentas, de lucha por recursos y extracción de estos recursos que los gobiernos y otras entidades intentan impulsar para reactivar o lanzar adelante las economías. Y estos procesos usualmente implican altos costos sociales y ambientales. Y en este proceso, las tierras y territorios de las comunidades que son ricos en biodiversidad, recursos y cultura son particularmente un objetivo muy vulnerable. La conservación sigue utilizándose como justificación para desalojos. Sin embargo, el papel que ya ha sido internacionalmente reconocido que tienen los pueblos indígenas en el mantenimiento de los pocos recursos intactos que nos quedan. Nosotros estamos recopilando mucha información sobre las amenazas a defensores de los derechos de la tierra y derechos humanos, y en estos meses lo que hemos visto es que no se ha detenido, es que la violencia continúa. Y por eso nosotros también nos preguntamos cuáles son las estrategias efectivas para luchar contra esta lucha para los recursos. Necesitamos responsabilizar a quienes dañan el medio ambiente y poder otorgar poder de decisión a los que lo protegen y proporcionan alimentos para que todos podamos vivir con dignidad, salud y paz, que es el espíritu de Jai Jagat. Una de las estrategias más importantes y definitivamente no violentas para la defensa de los territorios es crear precisamente puentes de solidaridad y ver que existen estas iniciativas para unir a los pueblos, para incrementar los niveles de comunicación entre territorios inicialmente así distantes, así distintos, pero que comparten los mismos desafíos y las mismas luchas. Es importante crear estos puentes de solidaridad y de comunicación en el mundo, y ese es el espíritu de Jai Jagat. Así que les felicito por esta estrategia. Es una acción que se puede replicar en tantos niveles, a nivel local, a nivel internacional, a nivel regional. Es una estrategia que va hacia la raíz y el espíritu de Jai Jagat y del movimiento de no violencia. Felicitaciones y gracias por haberme invitado a escuchar estas valiosas historias.
¿Puede resumir en inglés, David, por favor?
Yes, I will try to be brief. We all know that biodiversity and resources managed by communities are critical in preventing these and maybe future global issues and pandemics, and also to guarantee food availability during these and other difficult times. But we are quite concerned as coalition looking ahead the recovery of this pandemic. And as we see an acceleration of evictions and actions against land and environmental defenders. While governments are trying to kickstart economies and they might ignore the social and environmental high cost of this recovery, we see communities as important targets and their lands and territories seen as a source of those resources economies need to recover. For example, conservation keeps being conceived as a limitation for communities' management of the resources, while it has been demonstrated their effective role in preserving the most pristine ecosystems in the world. We have been collecting cases in the last months of various situations around the world in which the measures for COVID for this pandemic are heavy, but the permission for these violent activities, including mining and other extractives that we heard from our panelists, are still going on. And maybe they are intensified because there are no limits, no control, no social control. So I would like to make emphasis that we need to hold accountable those who harm our environment and give decision-making power to those who are protecting it and providing food for everyone. So we can live in dignity, health, and peace, which is the spirit of Jai Jagat. And that's the reason why I would like to compliment this initiative of making bridges between cultures and peoples, because we think that one of the most effective non-violent strategies to defend the territories are precisely to create solidarity bridges, solidarity from indigenous peoples to indigenous peoples, and to any kind of support that would like to do that. So this initiative and these experiences you were sharing and this new alliance and bridge which are creating between India and Mexico could be a strategy that can be scaled up and replicated in so many other levels, at local level, at regional level, at international level, because that's the spirit of Jai Jagat. Thank you very much for letting me know better about your stories, and congratulations for this initiative.
Thank you very much, David, for your contribution, for sharing your words. We would like to conclude the program with a song. I don't know if it is still possible, Ria.
Janmajay, can we conclude with a song?
Okay, thank you. And before starting with the song, please, Rubén, antes de empezar con esta canción, agradecer a todas y a todos por haber compartido este día histórico de esta alianza Jai Jagat entre India y México. And thanks everyone for being together this day in this Jai Jagat India-Mexico alliance, and some knowledge together for a better world. So please, Ruben, if you can, if you are there, could you please give us another song to conclude? Ruben, ¿estás?
It was really wonderful. Huh? Thank you very much to all of you.
Nicholas, yes.
Yeah, wonderful it was, yes. Yeah.
I think Ruben is not there.
¿No? Rubén, ¿estás? Ah, sí.
¿Escuchan?
Sí.
Muy bien, pues muchas gracias a todos, reciban un fuerte abrazo. Un cantito pues para levantar el recito que estamos llevando, cada uno en sus comunidades, en sus lugares de origen, pidiendo mucho por nuestra madrecita tierra, por todos nuestros hermanitos de la gran familia planetaria, y pues también por nosotros humanos, para que podamos pues tomar un camino de corazón, de amor. Yo canto este cantito para levantar el recito y que todo el mundo se ponga a cantar. Yo canto este cantito para levantar el recito y que todo el mundo se ponga a danzar. Yo canto este cantito para levantar el recito y que todo el mundo se ponga a cantar. Yo canto este cantito para levantar el recito y que todo el mundo se ponga a cantar. El sol de movimiento acaricia tu cabello y tu rostro tan hermoso de verdad. Refleja una sonrisa que viene desde adentro de tu pecho con la fuerza universal. Yo canto este cantito para levantar el recito y que todo el mundo se ponga a cantar. Yo canto este cantito para levantar el recito y que todo el mundo se ponga a danzar. Buen viento a tu espalda, te eleva, te levanta, volando como águila ya está. las estrellas, soñando es que llegamos hasta acá. Yo canto este cantito para levantar el recito y que todo el mundo se ponga a cantar. Yo canto este cantito para levantar el recito y que todo el mundo se ponga a danzar. Arriba corazones, aquí ahora es donde el dolor solo nos vino a impulsar. La tristeza nos refleja, el reflejo nos afina y afinados nos ponemos a cantar. Yo canto este cantito para levantar el recito y que todo el mundo se ponga a cantar. Yo canto este cantito para levantar el recito y que todo el mundo se ponga a danzar. Yo canto este cantito para levantar el recito y que todo el mundo se ponga a cantar. Yo canto este cantito para levantar el recito y que todo el mundo se ponga a danzar.
¿Van a querer una todas?
Gracias, Ruben. This was a prayer for the whole world to sing together and pray together and dance together. Thank you very much, Gil.
Gracias, Rubén.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Gracias.
Everyone. Gracias a todos.
Thank you, Jill.
Thank you,
Thank you, Jill.
Thank you, Jill and Sonia. And
Thank you, Jill.
Thank you, Jill, Sonia, Nicholas, everyone.
David, thank you very much. Nice.
We have to talk, Nicholas.
Yes, yes.